It started out as a very ordinary day for the main character, but at some point she opened her eyes and saw a huge man in front of her, coldly, explaining that she should quickly understand the local laws and rules. Otherwise, the protagonist could easily die. And the little girl's eyes widened in horror as the meaning of what the unknown adult had said dawned on her. It was a very strange dream. A handsome but emotionless brunette with a thin face was looking at her with cold contempt, and a sense of danger literally emanated from this man. But the main character, interestingly, not only wasn't scared, but even got excited and happy when she realized that she was looking into the face of her favorite character, Haran Virat. He was an important character in the protagonist's favorite book novel, which even had a beautiful and gothic title in honor of his last name, The Shadow of Viratu. Jiran belonged to a noble family whose holdings were located far to the north. His clan protected the country from certain threats, and the main plot revolved around the difficult existence of Viratu. The main character, however, was not Haran himself, but his adopted daughter, Verona. There was no blood relationship between them, but thanks to her hard work and talents, the girl managed to impress the cold-blooded aristocrat. And not just to impress. It was she who later became the leader of a noble family, the leader of the northern lands, and a very powerful noblewoman. Viola managed to achieve such success that many people would betray those around them or commit murder without thinking. But she herself did not feel joy, because in the girl's soul there was only emptiness and loneliness. At the end of the novel, when the protagonist had already become an adult woman, she even lamented out loud that although she was a full-fledged Viratu, she had nothing else. The main character felt incredibly sorry for this unfortunate woman with a very difficult life, and she even thought that if she were in her place, she would have earned a happy ending. The thought was like a lightning strike in the empty sky. The girl opened her unnaturally purple eyes wide and slowly turned her gaze to the other side. She looked at her hands. At first glance, completely ordinary childish limbs, but the little girl was so surprised, as if she was seeing them for the first time in her life. The reasons for this behavior became clear very quickly. The girl, having examined her body more closely, realized that she had dreamed that she found herself in the skin of a book character. Then she mentally replayed Haran's words, that it was necessary to understand the rules of life in this castle as quickly as possible if the girl really wanted to stay alive. This is exactly what Virata said in the book, shortly after he pulled the protagonist out of life in the slums and brought her to his estate. The heroine realized this with shock. It was Viola's first day in the highborn lands, and meanwhile an icy wind was blowing outside, shaking the leafless branches of the trees. So far, the plot has not progressed very far. The girl came to her senses just at the moment of the events of the prologue, where the little girl got acquainted with the cruel world of the nobility. The main character tried to strain her memory so as not to give herself away to her supposed adoptive father. She urgently needed to understand how the affair began. A few seconds later, it dawned on the dugout that Virata had chosen Viola from among the millions of street children because he had discerned in her an amazing talent as a killer. The girl, in the form of a child, thought with irony that she should thank the rest of the noble family for this. It was because of these schemers that Haran probably decided to acquire a personal living weapon. Then, the protagonist remembered that the real girl was very silent and always listened to the orders of her adopted parent in silence. But she didn't like it. From her point of view as a reader, this was a very boring device. But on the other hand, if everything that was happening was simply a dream generated by a wild imagination, then why not have some fun? The black-haired aristocrat raised an eyebrow in surprise when the girl, instead of quietly and obediently nodding, dared to speak to him as if he were a close relative or friend. The main character smiled slyly, like a fox that had eaten its fill, and asked whether everything that was happening really meant that Haran would be her adoptive father. The contempt disappeared from Virata's gaze, and now there was a slight interest there. Without changing his tone, the man confirmed that now they were one family. The protagonist smiled triumphantly to herself. She had indeed noticed correctly, and since there was no punishment for the question, she could continue to expand the Overton window further. But despite the external impenetrability in her soul, the girl was still a little nervous. She couldn't get the storyline of the original source, and how everything happened there out of her head. The original Viola, having exterminated all possible competitors and ill-wishers, became the sole mistress of the Winter Castle, acquiring a title and fabulous wealth. But she didn't care at all. This unfortunate woman, beaten by life, would have traded anything for the realization that her adoptive father really saw her as a daughter, and not just a walking weapon. And the newcomer was going to make every effort to make this simple, but very sincere and tender desire come true, even if only in a dream, as it seemed to her then. For a moment, the protagonist even imagined her true appearance, a young girl with simple brown hair, or rather, how she wipes away tears from her emotions. Meanwhile, having made sure that her adoptive parent and his companion were listening to her attentively, the false Viola continued her speech. She began by saying that she had heard a lot about the Veritu family. In particular, the birds sang to the main character that these aristocrats, unlike many other families, value cold logic and strict rationality above all else. And if that was the case, then the protagonist, fearlessly looking straight into Heron's eyes, asked him directly why this man wouldn't give her the opportunity to choose her own father. She needed it vitally, and after all, would such a gesture really contradict the family philosophy? And such arguments made the once indifferent man stare at the girl in amazement. There was an awkward silence, as if the nobleman could not believe that someone dared to address him like that, and was going crazy. But eventually, the second man dared to speak up. It turned out to be a gray-haired, but not yet old man, with piercing blue eyes and large scars on his face. Unlike Verata, he wore a black and white servant's uniform. Having looked closely at this menacing and sullen face, the girl immediately recognized the scarred man. It turned out to be Carlton Heron's butler and his closest servant. And besides, she was slightly trembling from the way Carlton was looking at her. There was no murderous rage in his gaze, but a cold warning not to be impudent to the master. Someone else would have bitten their tongue in horror and would have tried to keep a low profile in the future. But not the main character, because she knew everything as a reader. Heron, despite his ruthlessness, was not at all the kind of person who could assign punishment for an ordinary, even provocative question. He would definitely pay attention to it. Having gotten over his surprise, the aristocrat simply looked at the young orphan for a while, before slowly and dryly stating that for a poor girl, she knew a fair amount about his family. The protagonist only nodded carelessly in response, as if this was a completely natural state of affairs, and not something that went beyond the feudal picture of the world. Then the false Viola turned around carefree and, humming a simple melody, began to explain to the adults that in their society everything depends only on a person's abilities. In simpler terms, in the world of Verata, a social analog of natural selection was in effect. The weak, stupid, and unadapted become food for those who are stronger, smarter, and better adapted. This is exactly what the Heron family was like, and they even called it the Duke of Silverblood. Members of this family killed each other without any mercy, but at the same time protected other people from the unknown threats of the North. The time traveler turned around and with a smug smile asked if she had said it correctly, thereby conveying to the adults that she knew much more about the world around her than she seemed to. To finally finish off the supposed adoptive parent, the false Viola pointed her finger at him and once again reminded him that the northern dukes are famous for their rationalities. And if this is so, then she is very curious as to why Heron refuses to give her freedom of choice in determining her fate. Let him quickly explain where such hypocrisy comes from. Someone else might have been furious and ordered the impudent child to be punished, but the aristocrat remained calm and only replied that he had heard the complaints of his adopted daughter. And the Duke decides to meet Viola halfway. He calmly, without contempt or patronizing tone, asks her if she wants to become his adopted daughter. Hearing this, the girl smiles, very happily, pleased that she managed to at least slightly correct the biography of the novel's protagonist, and she of course agrees to the man's proposal. The aristocrat notes that this agreement was too quick, so he wonders what the reason was. He probably knew it anyway, but wanted to hear it from someone else's lips. However, it turned out that the matter was not at all that Heron Verata was incredibly rich, influential, and noble. Viola replied that she liked the Duke because of his beauty and mentally clarified that he was her favorite hero of the book. There was another moment of awkward silence. The main characters simply did not know how to react to such a statement and became like computers frozen with errors. After this, the main character pretended that she had just now remembered something very important, and then directly stated that she had decided to become the Duke's daughter on her own, and he had nothing to do with it. The heroine quickly rattled off that her father had only offered her kinship, and she had agreed, but in the end, she had tired the man so much that he rolled his eyes and quickly agreed, if only the girl would calm down. Having decided that she could now twist the once formidable and unapproachable nobleman around her finger, the protagonist grinned predatorily and added that she had one last request. The girl came up almost right up to the brunette, and again there was a tense anticipation, as if the characters could take out their pistols and start shooting at any moment. Viola grabbed Heron by the leg of his trousers and demanded that he love her. She did not intend to be a lamb to the slaughter or a submissive puppet, but wanted to feel equal. She continued to think that everything that was happening was a harmless dream, so she behaved so boldly in an attempt to achieve better treatment for her beloved character. The main character explains out loud that she has dreamed of a family all her life, especially a real father who would take care of her, treat her like his own, and love her. This speech turned out to be so passionate and sincere that for a while, even the time traveler herself was surprised and blushed at the fact that she was able to give such a burst. The girl, however, considered her work to be brilliantly done. Now the prologue began as perfectly as it was possible for her. She celebrated the victory in her mind, and her imagination even pictured the dugout in her real body holding the champion's gold cup. But then everything developed in an unexpected way. Now Jaran Virata gave a brief predatory grin, recognizing this as an interesting development, after which a wave of almost supernatural horror emanated from him. At that moment, the situation changed completely. The protagonist's arrogance and insolence instantly disappeared. She felt insignificant and vulnerable in front of the Duke. But if only that were all Viola felt with every fiber of her being, as if the brunette was going to tear her to pieces with his bare hands, like an enraged animal. This was no longer just a fear of punishment, but physical and very strong pain. And for the first time, the girl thought about how something like this was possible in an ordinary, albeit vivid dream. After that, it finally began to dawn on her that everything was much more complicated than it had seemed before. But then the torture stopped. Virata praised Viola for enduring it well. But after that, the man turned around and walked away instantly, forgetting about the protagonist who was desperately trying to catch her breath and not fall to her knees from helplessness. But having already moved a decent distance away, Duke Heron turned around and smiled radiantly at his adopted daughter. He asked her to make every effort not to die. He himself will not kill the main character, although he could do it with incredible ease, which he demonstrated a few seconds ago, and the girl could not recover from this. She still continued to think that everything that was happening was a very strange and frankly creepy dream. This was easier than admitting that she had been transported to another world that perfectly copied the familiar work. Some time has passed since the beginning of the prologue, and readers see Jaran Viratu sitting in his office at his desk, thoughtfully resting his chin on his hands. From the outside, the man as usual seemed very calm and detached from everything, but in reality, the Duke was thinking about his new daughter right now. He remembered the first time he met Viola, and then she looked more like a little animal than a human child with disheveled hair, dirty rags, and a sharp piece of glass with which she had finished off some man. But the aristocrat was impressed not so much by this, for he had seen plenty of abominations in his life, but by the fact that the protagonist had red eyes like tongues of flame. In addition, the man still noted that the child had killed someone. It was difficult not to notice the huge piece of glass in her hands, from which fresh blood was dripping. Now the brunette assumed that the victim might have been a slave trader. He saw an attractive beggar street girl and tried to drag her into captivity, but in the end, he miscalculated. For a civilized and peaceful society, such an incident would certainly have been an incredible shock. But Viratu himself did not attach much importance to the crime itself. His thoughts were occupied with something else. It is no secret that children, especially small ones, are much weaker than adults and are not able to resist them on their own. However, a poor 7-year-old girl, who was taught nothing by anyone, somehow finished off a grown man, even though she had an improvised weapon. In the Duke's opinion, all this was very reminiscent of a mysterious child born under an unlucky star. Whatever that meant, nothing good could be expected from the appearance of such a person. It was out of interest in what she would grow up to be that Heron decided to adopt Viola, but after her recent antics, the man simply could not believe that a 7-year-old child was capable of such a thing. The thoughts of the ruler of the North are interrupted by a strange voice. Someone notes that the Duke is in an excellent mood, forcing the hero to be distracted from his thoughts. It turned out to be the butler Carlton, and the protagonist admitted that the servant was right. It was extremely entertaining, but the old man did not understand what was meant and asked a clarifying question. Veratu meant Viola. He couldn't get it out of his head that she spoke and acted in a way that was not at all like a real little girl would. The servant suggests that the reason lies in the difficult living conditions of the main character. In order to survive on the streets, she had to grow up much earlier, and malnutrition and a slow growth rate make her look younger than she actually is. Finally, Carlton believes that the girl is hiding her true age, but Heron does not think that this is the reason. According to him, the little girl's thoughts and actions contradicted each other. As it turned out, the protagonist's performance did not deceive anyone. The adult intriguers understood perfectly well that she was desperately putting on a comedy, which is why everything looked so unnatural. Someone else might have laughed at the girl who was forced to pretend to be a brave killer in order to avoid becoming a victim of real thugs, but the butler understood something else. Perhaps Viola was so afraid that her knees were shaking and her body was convulsing, but she still talked to the almighty Heron as if she were on first-name terms with him and was insolent. Carlton could not know that the protagonist behaved so freely because she perceived the environment as a harmless dream, and therefore decided that she overcame her fear by force of will. And this inspired great respect in him. The gray-haired man even thinks that with such an iron character, it will be very difficult not to love the new member of the family. But while the head butler was pondering what was happening, his master again withdrew into himself. Veratu stared blankly at the wall, as if the whole world had ceased to exist for him. Coming to his senses, the servant immediately recognized this state. Obviously, the Duke of Silver Blood had already fallen into it many times, but Carlton had enough tact not to interrupt his boss's thoughts. And these thoughts, not surprisingly, were occupied by Viola. The man could not get out of his head how brazenly, and even boldly, she grabbed him by the clothes and demanded that he love her. Someone else might have gotten angry and broken her neck on the spot. But Heron was not a tyrant. In fact, he was sincerely delighted by such a proud and bold demand. No one in the clan dared to speak in such a way to the formidable and terrible leader. But the orphan, who basically had nothing to her name, turned out to be firmer than the noble princes and princesses. The man smiled faintly. He was literally anticipating how many interesting events he would have to experience over the years of existence with his adopted daughter. Eventually, the aristocrat came to some conclusion and turned to Carlton, who, being a first-class servant, immediately responded to his master's desire. As it turned out, Verat was interested in knowing the butler's opinion. To what extent he assessed the survival of the main character in this snake's nest, called the Winter Castle. Meanwhile, the hero of the occasion was overcome by much darker thoughts. She was desperately trying to understand what the hell was going on around her. It was understandable. The protagonist still believed that the world around her was a dream, but now she was horrified because she couldn't wake up. After all 2 days had passed, she had already gone to bed twice, but the dream still did not stop, and the girl was already close to believing in the reality of what was happening. It was very difficult to realize that you had actually moved to another world, which perfectly repeated the work you were familiar with. The girl had only encountered such things in fantasy. An additional reason for the growing panic was that of all the possible candidates, the main character managed to move into the body of Viola Veratu, a bloodthirsty killer and conqueror, because of whom about 10,000 people died. It was too much for the unprepared psyche. Everything swam before the protagonist's eyes, and she screamed out loud, unable to accept reality. Unfortunately, one could only hide from reality to a certain extent. No matter how much the newly minted Viola wanted to, she could not undo what had happened to her. Mentally, as if trying to convince herself, the girl repeated. She had mysteriously moved to another universe and was now the adopted daughter of her own favorite character. Although the newcomer was close to real hysteria, she eventually had to pull herself together. After all, desperate times required appropriate endurance. Moreover, the woman managed to be reborn not just anywhere, but on the territory of Veratu, intriguers, murderers, and ruthless manipulators. So there is no way to do it without tightly clenched fists. Encouraged by this thought, the protagonist now stood firmly on her feet, went to the window, and thought that instead of whining, it was necessary to draw up a working plan for survival. First of all, it is necessary at any cost to convince the local aristocrats that she is no worse than them. That is, to look like a cold-blooded and heartless psychopath. If everything works out, and no one stabs Viola with a poisoned dagger, then she will become the first heir of Heron Veratu, and as a result, the leader of the family. The real protagonist of the original story never managed to do this, but the newcomer hoped that by taking her place, she would be able to replay the situation with fewer problems. The local northern nobles could be cruel and ruthless schemers, but even they had certain rules. For example, when a clear heir to the title was finally announced, all fighting and assassination attempts ceased. But no matter how attractive it sounded, the protagonist had to remind herself separately that she should never exactly repeat the path of the real Viola. She had no intention of becoming a murderer, and she herself did not want to ask for execution. The former dugout swore that she would live her second life completely differently, so as not to meet the same sad outcome as the owner of this small body. The thought of the endless dreary loneliness that awaited the unfortunate woman at the end made the main character clench her hand into a fist until it crunched. Even for the sake of wealth and power, she would never agree to such an exchange. But since there is no way out, it is necessary to think positively and look for alternative solutions. In short, to write a fanfic instead of repeating the original plot. Of course, the new Viola was well aware that if she made a mistake somewhere, she could still face a fatal outcome. And this made her sigh sadly. Then she looked around her new room with all the expensive furnishings, the white walls sparkling in the light, and other treasures, before thinking about something else. Since the protagonist found herself in another world, in someone else's body, it turns out that her original appearance died. And this made the main character noticeably sad. On the other hand, her previous life on Earth was far from easy. In fact, she was a real orphan, abandoned by her parents, and forced to endure the ridicule of those around her. Up until middle school, she desperately convinced herself that everything was okay. Her father had promised to return the following night, and he would keep it. But one day, the girl simply got tired of deceiving herself. After this, the main character felt like the most miserable person in the whole wide world. She was so immersed in melancholy and sadness that she didn't notice how one day she climbed onto the roof of a high-rise building. The schoolgirl looking down tried to convince herself that this was only for the best. No one needed her in this life, so there was no point in prolonging this miserable existence any longer. Fortunately, she encountered a barrier that not every suicide is able to overcome: the instinct of self-preservation, which instilled in her soul a mortal horror of pain and the unknown. Seeing and feeling how much her arms and legs were shaking, the protagonist finally realized that she didn't really want to die. Even such an unpleasant life as hers was better than oblivion. To realize this, the main character needed to look death in the face, but in the end, this experience was good for her. She began to learn to love herself independently without the crutches of possible relatives. Not only that, but the girl also studied hard, paving her way to a better future, and made friends so she wouldn't be alone until she came of age. The results spoke for themselves. Just recently, she led a sad, lonely, and joyless existence, but now the schoolgirl finally had a real meaning in life. The new friends of the future traveler loved her in a way that her traitorous father never did. They praised the protagonist for her successes, supported her in difficult times, and gave her gifts. The main character was truly happy. Now she had really strong hopes that the future would be bright and carefree, until one day something unexpected happened. Already a first-year student, the girl went into the library where she fell asleep behind the books. And when she opened her eyes, she found herself here in a strange world and in a strange body. Perhaps another person would have panicked and desperately tried to find their way back, but the newly minted Viola thought differently. Here she finally had a father and a family, and from her point of view, this was better than what she had on Earth. Of course, she will have to work hard to achieve the same level of comfort that she had in her past life, but she is not used to giving up. Inspired by these thoughts, the girl raised her hands triumphantly. Enough of being upset, it was time to show the locals what material she was made of. But first of all, the new, more strong-willed, knowledgeable, and optimistic Viola decided to come up with a more suitable title for her story. Then the traveler thought, remembering that in the original source, immediately after the adoption, Duke Heron asked his trusted assistant a certain question. As expected, the aristocrat asked Carlton how highly the butler assessed the protagonist's chances of survival in a society of ruthless killers and intriguers. The book servant gave, to put it mildly, a disappointing assessment. In his opinion, the probability that the child would be able to adapt to the laws of the Veritu jungle was no more than 10%. And the worst thing is that the original Viola's talents were also rated at such a low bar. This place was so nightmarish that for a moment the traveler wanted to find herself on Earth again. However, the main character quickly pulled herself together and continued to think about her future. And the attention, meanwhile, shifted back to the adults. Hearing the gentleman's question, Carlton thought for a moment and then answered honestly. In his opinion, the chances that Viola would be able to adapt to their society were a good 40%. From the internal monologue of the narrator, who turned out to be the grown-up protagonist, it becomes clear that over time, she learned about this conversation. But in her attempts to pretend to be an adopted daughter, she achieved even excessively good results. From these same monologues, it becomes clear that Jiran Viratu is not just an influential and insightful person. He has at least one real supernatural ability in his arsenal: telepathy, thanks to which the brunette can learn the thoughts and emotions of others. This skill made the Duke an extremely dangerous opponent, and he of course did not hesitate to use it during his first conversation with Viola, so that she did not notice at first. So the man wanted to make sure that the girl really wanted to join his clan, but what he saw next went beyond all bounds. Heron saw the girl imagine that she was hugging him very tightly, as if he were not a cold and distant stranger, but the most beloved person in the world. To say that the nobleman was surprised would be a great understatement. If it weren't for his iron self-control, his eyes would have frankly popped out of his head. And such a reaction was not difficult to understand. It all looked as if Viola had been waiting for many years to meet the head of Viratu, although before they had not been able to meet and get to know each other. The Duke could understand fear, hatred, or greed, but this went beyond all possible limits, forcing him to be lost in conjecture as if before an insoluble riddle. But outwardly, Heron tried not to show it. Instead, he ordered Carlton to appoint a certain Zeno as the girl's personal butler, which caused surprise in the gray-haired man. In his opinion, it was a waste of talent. It was hard to tell whether he meant Zeno or the protagonist by this, but just in case the head butler clarified whether this man would be serving Viola permanently. The head of the Varatu family briefly answers that, yes, thereby making it clear that he has already made the final decision, and the servant will only have to obediently carry it out. However, the main character already knew that she would be assigned a servant, thanks to the fact that she had repeatedly reread the book. She remembers that Elliot is a knight from a noble family. He is also a cold-blooded killer who has killed 20 of the Empire's greatest swordsmen in duels and is as loyal to the Viratu family as a fighting dog. Moreover, for the main character, he will be not so much a servant as an overseer and teacher, putting her through severe tests to hone her talents. Although the original Viola managed to overcome this, becoming a formidable ruler deep down, she felt a slight fear of this man for the rest of her life, especially since Elliot liked to remind her that the tests would continue. Then, as if on purpose, there was an unexpectedly loud and sharp knock on the door, and the protagonist, who was thinking about her plans, shuddered with fear all over her body. A polite voice asked if he would be allowed to enter, and the girl hurried sharply to the door, silently complaining that she had not heard the sound of footsteps at all. She stopped dead in her tracks and widened her eyes when the same voice warned her that her personal butler, a young man named Zainan, had come to see hers. It was not that events were moving much more rapidly than she had thought, but that the man in question was only supposed to be a temporary servant, not a permanent one. Her daring prank caused some discrepancies with the original storyline, but for now, the girl was not thinking about that, but about how best to reach the excessively high door handle. In the end, the protagonist managed to jump and pull the lever. The door began to open slowly, as if deliberately increasing the tension. A few seconds later, Viola saw a tall, broad-shouldered, handsome young man with purple hair, wearing the same uniform as Carlton. Zeno smiled so sweetly and friendly, as if the main character was his beloved little sister, and it also didn't escape his notice that she opened the doors herself. Once inside, the man gently but firmly reminded the young lady that she should have given the order. Servants were supposed to do physical work, even if it was such a trivial one, and aristocrats did not like such things. The protagonist correctly understands that this was a kind of test. The cunning guy is trying to feel out her for strengths and weaknesses, to understand what his mistress is really like. To ignore this, or even more so to apologize in her opinion, would be weakness and a road to the grave. So the newcomer decided to show her teeth. Smiling cheekily, she asked if the newly minted assistant had decided to lecture her. But Zeno was a tough nut to crack and didn't give up his position after the first verbal attack. He only smiled even wider and more kindly, asking if Viola had really taken his words in that way. The main character responded by staring very intently and searchingly at her interlocutor, as if she was trying to force him to follow her orders unquestioningly by sheer force of will. After a few seconds, the young servant bowed his head slightly and asked for forgiveness. It was not in the butler's interests to argue with his mistress, so this time he admitted defeat. To finally cement the victory, young Viratu reminded them that good servants can give their masters advice, but have no right to order them to do anything. From the outside, Viola, just like the first time, looked infinitely self-confident and very calm, but in reality a drop of cold sweat rolled down her temple. She understood very well that she was actually pulling the tiger's tail, but in order to survive in the Winter Palace, you need to constantly monitor what your newly minted relatives are doing. In this pack of predators, wearing by God's misunderstanding the guise of noble lords, there was no other way. Either you are the most cunning, cruel, and strong, or dead. And the real Viola from the book understood this perfectly well. She managed to get to the top of the clan hierarchy, but she used the most brutal, forceful methods to do so. But this led to the fact that at the end of the plot, the unfortunate woman was left completely alone on her peak. So the newcomer was not going to repeat these mistakes. Instead, she planned to charm all of Viratu. From a small exhibition, it becomes clear that the butlers in the ducal family were not just the heads of the servants and assistants of their masters. They played an even more important role. In fact, they are real walking weapons. Butlers are ready to do anything to ensure that their master or mistress achieves success, including helping to weave intrigues and arrange assassinations. Servants whose masters were skilled are sent into shameful exile, losing everything they had before. And conversely, the winners of this Game of Thrones are rewarded with incredible influence. The conclusion was simple. Viola must at any cost ensure that Zeno becomes an even more reliable ally from whom one cannot fear stabs in the back. To impress the young man even more, the protagonist decides to once again show off knowledge that she shouldn't have. For example, about the true work of butlers. This is how she explained why she went to personally open the doors. She wanted to see and remember the face of the person who would become her most loyal assistant as soon as possible. In response, the young man respectfully drops to one knee and admits that he did not expect that this harmless act could have such a hidden motive. That is why he bowed before the main character. He wanted Viola to be able to better examine and remember his face, and besides, Zeno respectfully adds that it would be an honor for him to serve her. The protagonist assures the guy that she likes him too, and he, unable to resist a little sarcasm, asks if the mistake she made earlier didn't influence this. The girl simply smiles and assures him that one single mistake does not make him a bad servant, thereby showing not only his tough side, but also his soft side. The young servant admits that personally, opening the door for a visitor is not at all Viratu's style, but he now knows that the Duke's adopted daughter had a good reason to do so. But then the newcomer decides to use the whip again. With the most bored look, she declares that Zeno's flattering words have no meaning for her. Another thing is the guy's real attitude, and Viola looks at him very intently and heavily, thus making it clear that she will not tolerate intrigue, insolence, or disobedience. At that moment, an invisible and intangible wave seemed to leave the newcomer, instilling fear in the soul, and the butler lost control of his emotions for the first time, immediately recognizing the child born under an unlucky star. He points out that the main character has purple eyes, like amethysts, but as soon as she gets really angry, they immediately turn scarlet. Such children are a great rarity by the standards of this universe, and it is obvious that those around them treat them with at least mistrust and fear, if not even hatred. For a moment, Zeno even saw himself as tiny and defenseless compared to the huge and ominous Viola. She had not yet become so angry that her eyes changed color, but the man already felt goosebumps running down his spine. However, this was not only dangerous but also beneficial. The guy very quickly realized that the protagonist had excellent self-control, and with her talent, she could rise high. Unable to contain himself, the young man smiled faintly, imagining how he would command people reporting only to the mistress. But she had already decided to give the butler the first order. This surprised the servant a little. He did not expect that yesterday's beggar picked up by Heron from the street would so quickly find her way around the luxurious surroundings. But on the other hand, this was also a solid advantage. After all, it meant that the protagonist was smart enough to figure out the local realities on her own without the need to be led by the arms. But Zeno, of course, did not say this out loud. He only prepared to listen with a smile to the first order, which turned out to be the delivery of a writing pen and red frog poison. This order surprises, but also slightly excites the young butler, because the poison of the aforementioned amphibian is an extremely strong neurotoxin that affects the nervous system of the victim. The predatory gleam in his eyes does not escape the traveler. She once again receives confirmation that she is forced to work with very dangerous people. And so she couldn't afford even a moment of weakness. The former earthling turned around sharply and asked what the duty of servants in this clan was, and Zeno readily answered that it was to carry out the orders of the masters. Without turning around, Viola ordered him to go and carry out this task, thereby clearly making it clear that the conversation was over and any further discussion would only provoke her anger. The purple-haired man caught the unspoken warning perfectly. He stood up carelessly and only warned before leaving that he would deliver the necessary things in 12 minutes. When the door slammed behind the guy, the main character turned around very slowly. She was so tense that it seemed like she would collapse to the ground from exhaustion. Having made sure that the butler had really left and would never eavesdrop on her again, the protagonist could finally allow herself to take off the mask of a ruthless and fearless predator. She took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from her face, realizing with horror that she would have to grow up in such an environment for many more years. Exactly 12 minutes later, with sub-second accuracy, Zeno knocked on the door, warning that he had already brought everything necessary. And the girl, amazed by such punctuality, gave permission to enter. Just like the first time, the young man first looked inside, as if trying to make sure that it was indeed Viola inside. And he looked very nice and friendly, as if he had treats in his hands, and not poisonies. As ordered, the man delivered to his mistress a hand in the form of a writing quill and a red bottle containing a deadly liquid. But he also took the liberty of grabbing a piece of paper, believing that the young aristocrat would use poison instead of ink. The protagonist sparingly praised Zeno for a job well done and allowed him to leave to do his own thing. But before leaving, the servant asked to call him if she needed him. As soon as the door slammed behind the sinister man, the main character, without wasting a second, hurried to the desk, pressing the bottle of poison to her chest. The reason for these actions was that tomorrow, the girl would have to meet the youngest, the fifth prince of Varatuvichin. And since in this family in principle, there were no mentally healthy and non-cruel people, then this child was also a bloodthirsty psychopath. This sweet boy, who looked like a golden-haired Cupid, never felt remorse or pity. He was raised from infancy as a living instrument of execution and torture. Fortunately, the former dugout had time to think about her actions at the meeting. If the plot doesn't change again, They will be introduced to each other only tomorrow. And her main trump card will be a deadly potion that the locals extract from the skin of poisonous frogs. Now it shimmered in the light of the lamps like an exquisite wine. The girl really hoped that this would help her survive when she met the little maniac. After all, she was not going to become an animal for slaughter. The main character was ready to do anything to stay alive. And if for this she had to sleep with a knife under her pillow and threaten her new family with poison, then so be it. The next day, quiet footsteps were heard along the corridor, and between the passages, a blonde head could be seen. It was Viola's future greatest enemy walking through the castle. From the outside, he might seem like an ordinary sweet child who wouldn't even hurt a fly. But the protagonist knew very well that he was a heartless killer. Relaxing in front of him was like putting your head in the mouth of a hungry crocodile. And even now, when it was time for the meeting and she had to keep her face, Viola was nervous. The maids announced the arrival of Prince Viking, and the newcomer had no choice but to allow her new brother to enter. And the doors, as if on purpose, slowly opened further, increasing the tension in the atmosphere. A fair-haired, red-eyed boy appeared before the girl, sloppily dressed and looking like a street urchin. But he was the youngest of Heron's relatives. He was the fifth candidate for the title of Duke, and he was 8 years old. That was all the information Viola had. But before she could start the conversation, Viken spoke up, stretching out his words with exaggerated laziness and looking at the protagonist with disdain, as if she were a dirty mongrel. He declared that someone like her could not be his sister. Viola tried not to show it, but such a statement greatly offended and angered her. If the blond boy had not been one of the Veratus, she could have easily broken his nose. However, it was not only a matter of the need to protect one's skin from the wrath of a high family. The newcomer understood perfectly well that this contempt was as much a show as her own impudent behavior. Vichin might have been a bloodthirsty monster, but even he had his human weaknesses. For example, he terribly dreamed of a younger twin or twin envying his older siblings. When the butler told the young master that the head of the family had adopted a girl from the street, the blond man not only did not get angry, but was even sincerely happy. He was looking forward to making friends with this new sister and decided to find out everything from his mother. She was a very beautiful but pale and hard woman with hair as red as blood. And she, having learned the reasons for her son's enthusiasm, immediately declared that Viola was not their equal. When Vishen inquired, his mother looked away and said that the protagonist was just rabble. No matter what they recognized her as, she would never be a true Veratu, because their blood did not flow in her veins. In short, she was not the little prince's sister, but simply another victim that their family would soon deal with. But the boy risked asking if they could at least say hello to her. Interestingly, the fifth prince's mother had nothing against this idea. If the blonde immediately showed the upstart that her place was lower than dirt, he would only be praised. Vichin took this thought with childish enthusiasm. He clenched his fist belligerently, puffed out his cheeks, and vowed to show Viola how scary and formidable he could be. The book's real protagonist, of course, had no idea that her adopted brother was not such a bad person and considered the boy a real threat to herself. As a result, they both hurt each other so much that reconciliation became impossible. Thus began the extremely long and complicated history of their confrontation, which included countless murder attempts. And the former dugout, of course, did not intend to repeat these mistakes. So the new main character had a fundamentally different plan, and she decided to begin its implementation with a carefree giggle, as if she had been told a good joke. Having finished laughing, she simply turned a good-natured look to the boy and asked, if she was not their equal, then so what, instantly putting the confused Vishin in a dead end. But the little aristocrat quickly found his bearings. He remembered how his mother indifferently called Viola just a victim, and now decided to act on this. In fact, however, the boy could think of nothing better than to stand up with an absurdly pompous look, point his fist at his interlocutor, and loudly declare that she was a victim. But even this did not impress Viola. To say that the kid was confused would be a strong exaggeration. He was sure that the main character would go crazy, would rage, and throw a fit. But she remained calmer than a mountain. He had a very simple and clear plan in his head. He insults the girl, she gets angry, and starts a fight, loses, and acknowledges Vicen's superiority as an older brother. Desperate to get some kind of reaction, the boy decides to use his last trump card. He asks if the protagonist is really so stupid that she doesn't even understand how she is being insulted. While sipping a drink from a cup, the girl calmly asks if her interlocutor wants to anger her. And the prince repeats the question, asking why she is not angry about the insults. The main character slowly puts the cup down on the table, gets to her feet, and says that she will do as the blonde would like. And he rejoices that he finally got his way. But the girl didn't rush at him with her fists. In fact, she threw some thin object with such force that it flew past Vihen's face, like a bullet scratching his cheekbone. It was a fountain pen that the newcomer had asked the butler for the day before, and this fragile object had stuck into the wall so that it had sunk into it several centimeters. There was a tense silence. Now the blonde saw how strong his supposed sister really was, and she, having shown it, remained silent for now. Another person might have panicked and run away to save his own skin, or gotten angry and ordered the servants to punish the bastard. But the blonde opened his eyes in admiration, covering the scratch with his hand. The boy, his eyes shining with delight, clenched his fists and praised the protagonist for her accuracy, at the same time admitting that she was by no means an idiot. And after that, Viola could not hold back a smug grin. However, this grin hid a real storm of emotions. With this pen, the girl went for broke, and if she missed even a little, she would have damaged the prince's eye. It is not difficult to imagine how both Heron and the red-haired duchess would have reacted to something like this. But Vichin himself turned out to be much more terrible than it might have seemed before. Running his finger over the bleeding scratch, he smiled carnivorously and asked if it was a warning. And at that moment, the blonde really did look like the maniac the newcomer had described earlier. The fact that his interlocutor dared to fight him off excited the prince greatly, and he even praised his sister before correcting himself and calling her a victim. And Viola, no matter how hard she tried, could not overcome the trembling in her body. Trying not to betray her horror in her voice, the protagonist asked if Vichin liked it, and he admitted with sincere delight that he did, admitting that Viola really did look crazy, as if it were a harmless children's game. After this, the boy opened his arms wide and with a beaming smile offered the newcomer a hug, as if wishing to forget all the misunderstanding and start with a clean slate. The blonde looked so cute that for a moment, the main character almost gave in and rushed to hug him, but she knew in her mind that it was a trap. Members of the Viratu clan never hug to show affection. It is nothing more than a way to get as close to the enemy's body as possible to study his weak points in order to take advantage of them in the future. Meanwhile, Vichin bowed his head in disappointment, asking if his new sister was not going to hug him. He was desperately trying to melt her icy armor of indifference, but in vain. The newcomer understood perfectly well that even one manifestation of weakness could lead to death. So in Viratu's company, she was going to act the same way as they did. She walked up to the boy with determination and pulled him into a hug as if it were a harmless gesture of affection between close relatives and not part of a calculated plot. Feeling her hands on his back, Vichin smiled very widely and embraced the protagonist in a bear hug. In a sense, he genuinely liked her. But this did not change the fact that the boy, raised from infancy as a killer, sincerely wanted to finish off his new relative. The prince was even interested in who would succeed in this, and he asked Viola to try her best. Feeling a wave of vile cold spreading throughout her body, the newcomer could not help but admit that the blonde could become a very dangerous opponent, and it was vital to lure him over to her side. And the turning point was happening right now. One single mistake, and the fifth prince would begin to stalk the victim day and night, just like he did with the real protagonist in the book. The main character's knees were shaking from the thought that she would have to literally keep a dagger under her pillow and constantly look out for a red-eyed face in the distance. But then she became worried because Vichin did not loosen his embrace. Salvation came from where no one expected it. An adult figure dressed in a typical butler's tailcoat approached the children and politely called the little heir. It was Viola's personal assistant, who introduced himself politely and smiled. And although these were the only actions the young man took, the atmosphere in the room changed at once. He good-naturedly informed the young gentleman that Jiran had given Virat a period of 10 days, and the boy asked in surprise what the servant meant by that. Then the young butler explained that the Duke would like those around him not to touch his new daughter for 10 days, and the young man himself would be extremely grateful if Vikin finally stopped hugging the girl. Formally, it was just a polite request from a subordinate to a superior, but the young killer understood the subtext perfectly well and asked directly what would happen if he did not move away from the victim. Zeno closed his eyes and admitted that he would then have no choice but to report everything to the Duke himself. After all, Heron had appointed him not only as Viola's assistant, but also as an overseer, informing him of everything that happened to her. The young aristocrat was genuinely surprised that his father had taken such measures, and the servant explained that the protagonist's unchildlike calm and balanced behavior had interested Heron. The boy asked in surprise if servants were required to keep such information a secret, but the purple-haired boy calmly explained that he had not been given such an order. Then Vichin Viratu simply looked at Zeno with irritation and puffed out cheeks, like an ordinary angry child who was deprived of a sweet dessert. This silent confrontation of wills lasted for a few seconds, but in the end, the blonde decided to put a good face on a bad game, calmly and even boredly explaining that he was leaving. However, before this, the blonde could not resist demonstrating his strength. He patronizingly placed his hand on the heroine's shoulder and warned that he and the victim would see each other again. But the opportunity to make a pompous farewell was hopelessly ruined by the fact that the boy's hand trembled, slipped from the girl's shoulder, and then he himself fell to the ground as if all his might by some invisible thug with a club. It was a very strange and unpleasant feeling. Vetchin couldn't really move, and then everything that existed before his eyes began to spin like a tornado. Then a feeling of incredible lightness appeared in his body, and the prince, completely stupefied, blissfully whispered, "Are we already flying?" While Viola ordered Zeno to put him away somewhere. The butler handed the youngest heir over to one of the maids, and the main character was glad that the red frog's poison had finally taken effect. But since the blonde had immunity, his life and health were not in danger. When the door slammed behind the maid, leaving the protagonist and her henchman alone, the man pulled the handle out of the wall with some difficulty and praised the mistress for her worthy welcome. Despite his youth, Zenon was well versed in palace intrigues, and he sincerely admired how clever and original a move the newcomer had come up with. If she had wanted, Vekin would have been killed. The butler, his eyes flashing slyly, and his hand squeezing until it crunched, clarified just in case. It was for this very purpose that she had demanded that the poison and other things be brought yesterday, wasn't it? Outwardly, Viola calmly and with a smile confirmed that everything was so. But mentally, she prayed that the guy would not ask how she knew about the little aristocrat's visit. They would not understand her hearing about moving between worlds. Zeno looked at the young lady again very intently, as if trying to read her like a book, before continuing the conversation with a foxy smile. The servant asked if he had the right to ask the young mistress a question, and it was as if a thundercloud had appeared in the room, so strong was the tension between the characters. The protagonist tried her best not to show her true emotions, to remain cool and motionless like a statue, but in her head the thought, "Did he guess?" was thundering. Viola promised that she would answer the question if it was worth it, continuing to smile calmly, and only a drop of sweat rolling down her temple betrayed her true emotions. After this, the man again dropped to one knee and raised the pen with the nib higher, as if it were a flower presented to the lady as a gift. Looking intently straight into the baby's eyes and not allowing her to look away, the servant quietly but firmly asked why she allowed Veshin to embrace her. It was so unexpected that for a moment the girl forgot about everything. She simply stared in shock at the insidious servant, unable to believe her ears. Then, of course, she pulled herself together and restored her calm appearance. But mentally, she breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from her forehead. After all the time, Traveler was afraid that the butler would ask how she knew that the first visitor would be a blonde man. But since the worst had passed her by, the main character began to calmly explain that hugs are not only an expression of affection, but also an excellent way to test a person for weaknesses. Thus, a sufficiently knowledgeable and sensitive killer will be able to easily determine how long the victim's arms are in order to keep a safe distance from the blade and which of her organs are more mobile and developed. The young servant knew very well that it was precisely for these purposes that Veratu was regularly hugged, so he was not at all surprised, but noted that Vetchin himself could thus learn a lot about Viola. The protagonist, still smiling relaxedly, looked away for a moment and then calmly asked what Zeno thought the problem might be. Not a muscle moved on the young man's face, but his eyes widened, astonished at the disdain with which the girl spoke of one of her competitors. However, the guy was even more struck by something else. The main character was an orphan picked up by Heron in the slums she did not have, and could not have even the most basic education, but somehow she understands such things. The servant explained this to himself by saying that his mistress was a natural-born killer, and that she literally had instincts that told her how best to wound or kill her prey. However, it would be a mistake to say that this frightened Zano. On the contrary, he looked at the young mistress with even more lively interest, and out loud assured that no, there were no problems. The butler closed his eyes and noted that such confidence deserved sincere respect, and then slowly reached into the inside pocket of his tailcoat. From there, the young man pulled out a short but very sharp blade that literally sparkled in the light, and a real horde of icy goosebumps immediately ran down the back of the traveler. The protagonist was sure that the man was going to finish her off and was about to run away, but instead, Xenon calmly began to work on her dress. With jeweler's precision, he cut off the thread protruding from the sleeve to ensure that it would not interfere with the girl's work and would not give the owner an untidy appearance. Viola Veratu did not move. She only watched the servant's actions tensely, and to herself, she wondered what this was all about. There were no such episodes in the book. Having finished his task, Zeno put the blade back with the same good-natured grin, and it was difficult to say whether he himself realized how much tension he was creating with his presence and actions. After this, the butler warns the young lady that he must now report on the events that have taken place to His Grace the Grand Duke Heron. The girl, of course, immediately pricked up her ears, but then something completely strange began to happen. The guy replied that he would tell her about what he would pass on to the head of the family, and even handed over a small letter. The protagonist, of course, did not refuse and accepted the gift, but slowly moving her gaze from one line to another, she was worried that such a scene was also not included in the original source. The report was as flattering as it was possible for such a person to be. The wily servant warned that his ward needed a regular education, but otherwise praised her especially for her innate vanity and tendency to dominate others. This made the newcomer feel a strong sense of shame. Even though she herself had made every effort to pass for Verata, she still felt awkward, and this was not the end. The letter went on to say that Viola had the traits of a madwoman, but had enough discipline to control it. This confused the main character even more. After all, knowing that those around you really see you as a potential maniac was not so pleasant and easy. After returning the letter to its owner, the little girl asked in shock why she was shown this at all. But the servant calmly explained that Viola had passed a certain test, having brilliantly defeated the fifth prince. Zeno saw with his own eyes that his mistress was not just a bloodthirsty bandit and sadist, but a brilliant strategist and tactician, so he swore out loud that from now on he would do everything possible to ensure that she inherited the ducal title. The protagonist lost control of herself again for a moment. At that moment, the young man with purple hair and eyes looked almost supernaturally attractive. But then, she had a hard time suppressing the desire to grab her head and scream in despair. The time traveler didn't really want to inherit the throne. She would have been happy if Heron's blood eldest daughter had taken it so that she could live peacefully. It was too much to control herself. Nothing but choice swear words came to her tongue, so Viola could only stare at the young man in an attempt to convey her opinion to him, at least with her eyes. And this in a sense worked out. If before this, Zeno had simply looked bowing respectfully and putting his hand to his chest, now he tensed up slightly. But this time, too, everything went completely wrong. The butler became terribly embarrassed and covered his mouth with his hand, muttering that he had not seen such a sincere and honest look for a long time. He understood the hint in his own way. as a call to try and promised to certainly make every appropriate effort, which caused the unfortunate protagonist to become completely disheartened. She was prepared for a lot, but not for her own plans and actions to play such a cruel joke on her. But it was too late to retreat, and the time had come to solve new problems. Viola's next order to Zeno was to find family records. For some reason, the main character needed as much detailed information about the Veratu family as possible. After this, the action moved to a completely different room. Dark with carefully closed windows, it made a very oppressive impression even before the whip fell to the floor. The weapon was held in the hands of the red-haired duchess towering over Vicine. Like a tower, the woman asked, with exaggerated calmness, what he thought of the new member of the family. The boy did not show even a hint of fear. He looked at his mother with love and friendliness, and also replied that Viola seemed interesting to him. Looking at her offspring as if trying to burn a hole in him, the woman reminded him that her adopted daughter would become the blonde boy's enemy in the future. And is weakness for competitors acceptable? She asked how to deal with opponents, and Vichin calmly answered that they were being pressured. And to the next question about why he behaved so badly, he easily admitted that he was wrong. The tension in the room became so terrible that it seemed that only lightning strikes and thunderclaps were missing to create the atmosphere of a horror film, but that was not the end. The Duchess asked what to do in this case. The boy replied that he should be punished for his mistake, but in such a casual manner that it became clear that similar scenes had happened many times in his short life. The woman replied that he understood everything perfectly well, and looked at the child in such a way that any outside observer would have felt a chill run down their spine. There was so much thirst and anticipation in those scarlet eyes. The aristocrat smiled sweetly, slowly shook the torture device in her hands, and then, in an extremely gentle tone, asked if her son was ready to be punished with rods. Vichin, as before, did not show even the slightest hint of fear, as if this was not about a cruel and extremely painful beating, but about some kind of game. But then he noticed that his cruel mother had squeezed the wooden handle of the whip so hard that she had wounded herself. The tender skin had torn, and blood had started to flow down the weapon. Without saying a word, the fair-haired boy turned his back and sat on the heels of his feet, demonstrating complete submission to his mother, even in the face of a brutal beating. To make it easier for his mother to punish him, the poor baby even voluntarily moved his suspenders to the side, depriving his back of even minimal coverage. And then the aristocrat swung. The whip whistled disgustingly and bit into the boy's weak back like a hungry predator. But Vichin didn't even think of resisting or screaming. Not a single muscle on his face twitched, and only a single tear rolled down his cheeks. Meanwhile, in her room, Viola collapsed onto her bed with relief. The past day had been very difficult and hectic, so she urgently needed rest. The day was indeed very eventful. The protagonist met her adopted brother, and non-fatally poisoned him, experienced a lot of stress because of Zeno, but in the end managed to achieve success, which slightly eased the heaviness in her soul. Unfortunately, when you're dealing with someone like Veratu and their inner circle, there's no other way. You have to constantly prove that you have the right to breathe the same air as them, to be one of them. Otherwise, Viola's song would have already been sung. Any bored prince or princess could torture her to death to satisfy their sick fetishes. The thought of this made the protagonist feel her head growing heavy and splitting. After all, finding yourself in the body of the hero of your favorite novel is not always pleasant. Additional stress was caused by the behavior of Zenon, a character who did not appear in the book, so it was impossible to predict what to expect from him, and also the knowledge that Vichin was being beaten right now. This scene was also in the book, and it described in detail the boy's thoughts, how he was worried not about himself, but about his mother, who would have marks on her hands from the use of the rod. As it turned out, the red-haired aristocrat was not the blonde's real mother, but only his stepmother. In an indefinite future, the younger prince will meet his true parent, also a duchess. But until that happens, the plot will continue along familiar lines. The unfortunate boy will be subjected to cruel punishments for the slightest mistake, and the protagonist will eventually decide to act. Viola clapped her hands and quietly called Zeno, and the faithful butler immediately looked into the room as if he had been standing at the door all this time listening carefully. The girl told the servant that she was going to visit somewhere, which somewhat surprised the young man. It was very late outside, but the heroine had already made a decision. However, it later turned out that Heron's adopted daughter was not going for an evening walk, or even to the toilet. In fact, she wanted to visit Weissen's room. This act had a slightly selfish motive. It was very important for the time traveler to win over other members of the crazy family to her side, but she had to start with the youngest son. After this, the audience is shown a shot of a palace window, through which soft moonlight penetrated the room, and even the winter castle was given a certain tranquility by this. However, the owner of this room didn't give a damn about everything that surrounded him at that moment. The fifth prince continued to sit huddled while blood flowed down his torn back. Vichin, an unfortunate boy with a broken and disfigured psyche, was very angry. But not at all at his heartless and evil stepmother, but at himself, because of him, his mother had hurt her hands. Someone else in his place would have long ago killed such a monster in the most cruel way possible. But the poor kid, like a robot, blamed himself for all the troubles. Meanwhile, outside, it was an incredibly peaceful and beautiful night. The setting moon softly illuminated the ground and the snow-covered towers of the giant castle. Most of its inhabitants were already sleeping peacefully, but not all of them. For example, the protagonist was now standing in front of a huge door, behind which began the territory of the Duke's youngest offspring. Naturally, she was not alone. The girl had a faithful butler next to her, so Viola, with a satisfied look, ordered Zeno to open the passage. The door was more than twice as tall as a person, but that wasn't what confused the guy at all. He asked if the hostess wanted to enter someone else's room without knocking, and the girl quickly confirmed that she did. Apparently, even among such unprincipled aristocrats as Veratu, it was not customary to enter other people's bedrooms without warning. But the man did not dare disobey, and quietly pulled the handle. The main character looked at this with utmost concentration, as if she were a brave hero about to enter the lair of a nightmarish dragon. The reason for this attitude was a stench that was difficult to describe. This smell wafted blood and despair, and it not only corresponded to the book description, but also to what the traveler imagined in her past life. That eerie frost-inducing odor emanated from the exhausted, broken Vichin. It seemed as if the poor boy was spreading a sense of unhappiness around him. In a normal situation, the main character might have preferred to avoid such a place, but she needed to talk to her brother, and she waited until Zenon had sorted out the doors. But before the characters could even take a step inside, the little prince's butler emerged from the darkness. A broad-shouldered young man with slicked-back blue hair and glasses, he sternly warned that the young master did not want to see anyone. Looking at his adopted daughter Verata and his own colleague, the servant politely but firmly asked them to leave, and the man's entire posture screamed that he would not accept refusal. The protagonist recognized this guy at first sight. In the Duke's house, every aristocrat had a personal servant, so it was impossible to make a mistake. Zeno politely explained that his ward wished to speak with Vichin, but the bespectacled butler repeated in the same firm tone that his master was not receiving anyone at the moment. The purple-haired servant repeated that Viola Veratu was very insistent on meeting her adopted relative, and the second servant began to quietly get angry. The second man decided to drop the cloying politeness and directly demanded that his interlocutor shut his mouth, giving a final and unambiguous warning. The protagonist's butler didn't answer. He just smiled very kindly with his lips, and a dangerous red light sparkled in his violet eyes. The tension became so intense that it could almost be felt physically, so Zeno finally turned to the little lady and asked what they should do. The time traveler calmly asked whether her servant would be able to defeat the bespectacled man, to which the young man responded with doubt. There are no weak people among Veratu's servants, and Vichin's assistant listened to this conversation with increasing awkwardness. The girl asked impatiently whether her assistant would be able to defeat the enemy, and the boy admitted that it could be very difficult, but he reached for the dagger in his bosom. A few moments passed, and Zeno was already directing the deadly blade straight at the throat of the second butler, who continued to block the passage to the master's room with his body. The bespectacled man showed no fear, but quietly warned his colleague not to be stupid. But the purple-haired young man mockingly replied that he did not remember when they had managed to switch to familiarity. In an even colder voice, Vicen Viratu's subordinate asked if his fellow professional was really going to violate one of the Winter Castle's sacrosanct rules. Zeno, however, retorted that it was precisely because of these rules that he had not yet cut his opponent's throat, and the time traveler, unable to contain her emotions, shuddered. The reason turned out to be these mysterious laws of the Duke's abode. According to them, the local residents do not have the right to shed blood or kill anyone while they are under the roof of the palace. And then the main character understood all too well that only this commandment still stopped her subordinate from killing. But at the moment, he looked so bloodthirsty and dangerous that her knees were shaking. Watching a predator in human form ready to sink its teeth into its victim at any moment was even harder than pulling its tail herself, and the protagonist decided to walk away. Before that, the girl took one last look at the conflicting butlers. They both froze like statues, but it felt like one awkward movement and something terrible would happen. And then she did something she would never do under any other circumstances. She walked past the two thugs in black suits, as if they were insignificant insects. Viola Viratu, her heels barely clicking, went deep into the depths of the wing that belonged to Vixen. The offspring and other members of Heron's family lived luxuriously in style, so the little girl quickly disappeared into the darkness. Zeno looked after her with curiosity, but did not take the blade away from the bespectacled man's throat. It was us, and what kind of trick could be expected from another buller? This excruciating tension continued for a few more seconds. And then the man with purple hair slowly put the knife away, asking his bespectacled colleague if he saw it. The second servant certainly saw it. He noted perfectly that the protagonist went inside exactly when he, the guard of the chambers, was pressed against the wall, and there was not even a hint of doubt in her movements, and Zeno, having finally hidden his weapon, proudly confirmed that the ability to improvise and stand your ground to the end are the basic principles of the Viratu clan. As it turned out, everything that was happening was nothing more than one big performance. But the bespectacled servant began to wonder if he had really tried to prevent his master from visiting, a blow would have followed. The purple-haired servant confirms that he would most likely use a knife, and when the blue-haired one is indignant at how easily his colleague admitted this, the latter only shrugs. The bitter truth is better than a sweet lie. Be that as it may, the bespectacled servant could not help but notice that Zeno had gotten a truly excellent mistress, and he hastened to congratulate him on this. And when asked if the purple-eyed youth was ready to sincerely serve Viola, he replied that, yes, she had great potential, not to mention strong dominance and vanity. Viratu was not a house where one could achieve high position through sheer persistence. One had to be born with the makings of a ruler, and the main character had them in full measure. Beaming with admiration and delight, Zeno told how the protagonist in the first 10 minutes of their acquaintance demanded poison from him to use against her adopted brother, and even earlier scolded him as if she had been born into a noble family and not in the slums. The second butler could not understand how it was possible to be so prudent, but the first calmly explained that natural insight multiplied by a clear understanding of one's place in society could very well make such an intriguer out of a person. The character mentally adds that Viola has demonstrated similar abilities many times before, including when she guessed how cruelly Vicen was being punished by his adoptive mother, and when she correctly answered the question of whether she would have stabbed him while the prince was weak and unconscious. A more stupid and greedy person, eager to climb the hierarchy as quickly as possible, would never have missed such an opportunity. But the girl easily rejected this option, declaring that Zeno would be executed for not keeping an eye on his ward. Naturally, the man was not going to put his head on the altar of someone else's advancement, but the protagonist also did not want her only loyal and reliable ally to perish on the scaffold. The servant ventured to ask why the main character treated him so carefully. Apparently, among the dukes, butlers were not treated with much respect as walking tools and not people. Hearing such a question, the little girl first smiled like an adult, hearing the naive words of a child, and then looked predatory at Zeno and admitted that she needed him. At the same time, she called herself Viola Viratu, making it clear that she considered herself a full member of this clan, but at the same time understood her positions. Having such a boss was not only very profitable, but also simply interesting, because it was impossible to say in advance what kind of intrigue would come to the protagonist's mind next time. But the butler was looking forward to it. But the main character from the future, who acted as a narrator, explained that everything was much simpler. Even in her earthly life, she so often imagined herself in the place of the purple-haired girl that she herself did not notice when she classified herself as a Verret, and how naturally it came out. But in this particular plot episode, the traveler was much more interested in where Viken's room was finally located. Its territory occupied no less than 600 square meters, larger than many buildings. She could have wandered around this labyrinth for a long time, trying to find the right room, but in the end, she was lucky to find a door that exactly matched the book description. Very carefully, trying not to show her excitement, the protagonist opened the door slightly. She knew what awaited her, but she still couldn't stop being nervous. The little fair-haired boy still sat there, curled up like a fetus, oblivious to his terrible wounds. So consumed was he with self-deprecating thoughts. The former dugout's legs were shaking. She was still afraid to talk to the little killer, especially now that there was no weapon. But she tried to cheer herself up. Meanwhile, the blonde continued to shed tears, not moving and barely even blinking. He didn't flinch, even when a familiar voice noted how bad he looked. Without waiting for a reaction, Viola plopped down in the nearest chair, as if it belonged to her, and asked if her brother had been beaten badly. Although it was obvious from the outside, yawning ostentatiously, the protagonist noted that a lot of blood had flowed out. And only after that did Vishen finally pay attention to the stranger, noticing that there was less of it today than before. Continuing to portray maximum detachment and bored interest, the main character noted that getting spanked on the back must be very painful. The broken child was only concerned about the fact that his mother had also suffered, and when it was pointed out that the Duchess had taken on the torture herself, he replied that it was his own fault. The traveler asked again whether the young aristocrat really considered himself guilty of being flogged until he bled like a slave, and the boy readily confirmed that he did. And then something particularly scary happened. Still crying, Viken raised his head, laughed and smiled, saying that he had been a very bad boy. It took all the protagonist's willpower to keep the expression of indifference on her face, but in her mind she was screaming and wondering how the little boy could say such a thing. The earthly girl in the body of a little girl from another world bitterly admitted that this was not the family she had dreamed of. In real life, Viratu's depravity was perceived completely differently than when they were harmless book characters. For some time, the little girl sat in the luxurious chair, pondering the hard life of the members of this family. But then she stood up and ordered Vichen to turn his back. The boy immediately decided that his new sister was going to attack him, and warned her that trouble awaited her for violating the laws of the Winter Castle. But this was not what the heroine wanted at all. With a devilish grin and a flash of red lights in her violet eyes, she promised that one day the blonde would grovel before her, literally crawl on his knees in an attempt to please. Another person would have been outraged by the nonsense she was talking, but in the boy's distorted perception, it was akin to a promise of eternal friendship. He was very inspired, which unpleasantly surprised even Viola herself. However, to ensure that she got what she wanted, the protagonist, with bored contempt, declared that she didn't need such a pathetic brother. It was simply boring to humiliate him, and this phrase broke the boy's heart. But as in the case of the punishment from his stepmother, he pushed his true emotions as far away as possible, and in fact, he hastened to obediently carry out the order, exposing his bloody back. Seeing all these wounds, the newcomer froze for a moment, and although her face remained expressionless, you didn't need to be a psychic to understand what she was thinking. Such atrocity was beyond all possible limits, even in a society of crazy scoundrels like the Veritu. After all, the unfortunate child was only 8 years old, but he was beaten so hard that his skin was almost torn off. As long as such things remained just lines of letters on the pages of books, they were much easier to perceive. But Viola quickly swallowed her anger and took out some object from her bag. Vichen did not see this, but his hearing was so keen that he guessed everything and began to enthusiastically ask what kind of gift they had prepared for him. A knife poison or even hydrochloric acid. The mad grin didn't leave the blonde's face for a second, even when he felt a touch on his wounds, and it was akin to a lightning strike. The fifth prince didn't like these sensations at all. He was prepared for even very strong pain, but not for the unknown nastiness to pinch him, so the boy even fidgeted. He had never experienced such a sensation before, and wondered what kind of poison it was. But the protagonist, looking bored, explained that it was an ointment. The Duke's youngest son seemed to be unimpressed by this. In fact, he even decided that ointment was the name of some special kind of poison, and Viola again had no words to comment on this. Having recovered from the shock, she repeated that she did not want to have a nonentity instead of an older brother, and that was precisely why Vishen should heal his injuries as soon as possible. But now the boy was surprised by the logic that was alien to him. Even though he couldn't see the expression on his interlocutor's face, she still grinned carnivorously and said that she would be much happier killing him healthy. Of course, this was a simple bluff. The former dugout felt incredibly sorry for the poor child, and she did not want him to suffer any longer. But unfortunately, she could not demonstrate this openly. The blond boy thoughtfully noted that this was strange, and the main character immediately became worried that her true intentions could be discovered due to her poor acting. Fortunately, the reason was not her failed disguise. The young aristocrat simply noted with a mad laugh that he felt something strange, as if something was aching in his chest. The boy continued to smile, as if he was the happiest man in the world, but tears began to flow from his red eyes, again revealing his true emotions. The character himself was surprised by this. Looking at his hands wet with tears, Vichen asked out loud why he suddenly started crying, if he was laughing and smiling right now. The fifth prince decided that these were the consequences of poisoning, and with a cheerful smile asked when his adopted sister had managed to use the poison. But Viola did not answer. She again felt sick from the realization of how much the baby's psyche had been broken. The protagonist silently continued to rub the ointment in. It wasn't that hard because the whip had torn the boy's clothes, and he didn't even need to take them off. But then the blonde noticed something. Turning to his younger sister, he asked why her eyes were red, whether she had also taken the tear poison. And for the first time, the heroine, unable to bear it, looked at him with sympathy and sadness. It lasted only a moment. Then Viola turned away abruptly, and closing her eyes, explained that if she had wanted to kill Vichen, she would not have used such a weak potion. And the boy laughingly admitted that this was true. To maintain the disguise, the girl added that she was almost disappointed in the blonde. He, after all, is the son of Duke Veratu himself, but he sits and cries. The kid admitted that he always cries when he is sad, but the protagonist calmly noted that if the Duchess had not beaten him, he would not have become sad and cry. The boy stared at his interlocutor as if she had blurted out something truly stupid, like the oceans being hot. But he still explained that he was to blame for the situation. However, the main character was not going to play such perverted games, so she played her trump card. She explained to Vishen that the reason for his despondency was actually the realization that he was being offended in the castle. As mentioned above, within the walls of the Winter Castle, no one had the right to kill or injure anyone. But there was another immutable law. Any children aged 10 years and younger were inviolable, and anyone who raised a hand against them would face the most terrible punishment possible. The audience is shown a scene from the original novel that takes place in the distant future. A now-grown blond man standing in front of his mother with a knife, claiming that he is forced to kill her for breaking the rule and hitting him, sir. But the Duchess was so crazy that this did not frighten her at all. On the contrary, the woman corrected her son with a smile, saying that he must carry out the execution in order to become king. The Duchess also admitted that she was proud that Vishen had grown up worthy in her understanding of the word. And this admission brought tears to the young man's eyes. Even now, the unfortunate man continued to deeply love and respect his mother. In his eyes, she remained an ideal, but there was nowhere to retreat. Continuing to sob from grief and mental pain, the young aristocrat swung his blade and stabbed the Duchess with it, so that blood splashed in all directions. This was the final turning point in the biography of the unfortunate character. The murder of his adoptive mother finally broke his already twisted psyche, making Vishen a murderer. At the moment, looking at the still little boy, Viola thought that, in the future, he would not want to kill the Duchess, even for all the pain she had caused. The protagonist bitterly reminded herself that there was not a single normal person in this story, one with whom one could build a harmless relationship without fear of a blade in the back or poison in the cup. She stood up to say something, but the boy didn't let her get a word in. He started babbling about how it was his mother, as if implying that she had the right to punish him. But Viola wasn't going to listen to such nonsense either. She firmly stated that, deep down, Vishen himself understood that this was not so in order to knock him off the path of becoming a killer. To get her point across to her adopted brother, the protagonist reminded him that one day in the future, he would have to kill the Duchess for breaking the rules of the Winter Palace. The blonde himself understood this perfectly well, and therefore he could not find the words to object. He only languidly stared at the floor, as if submissively accepting yet another punishment. The boy sat silently for a while, barely moving, but then Vishen glanced back slightly, fixing his wild scarlet eyes on his interlocutor, and reported some news. The stepmother gave him a specific task, and this again sent shivers down the main character's spine, because she remembered very well that there was nothing like this in the plot of the novel. This was another discrepancy similar to the appearance of Zeno instead of the old butler. In the book, the Duke's youngest son spoke about the mission only after several days. While the protagonist was wondering how this could be explained, the young prince smiled and asked if she wanted to play, like a normal child offering fun. This was another discrepancy. In the book, Vishen, who became Viola's sworn enemy, bloodthirstily stated that it would be fun if they started competing. The girl cautiously asked again what was meant, and the boy repeated that he wanted to play, it would be a lot of fun. And then the girl asked who exactly would be having fun. Smiling from ear to ear and beaming with delight like a tiny sun, the blonde boy explained that of course it would be great for him. And the protagonist lost her power of speech upon realizing the meaning of this phrase. It was a very unpleasant contrast. The youngest offspring of Harren Varatu looked like a sweet boy, innocent and pure. But in essence, he remained a dangerous, mentally ill maniac. And being deceived by his appearance would be a fatal mistake. The Duke's adopted daughter cleared her throat to better distract herself from this deceptively cute spectacle, and then said that, yes, it would be interesting to arrange something like that. Naturally, there was something much more behind this than just idle interest. In fact, the game was an extremely important episode in the fate of the main character of the story. The time traveler was not so stupid as to miss such an opportunity to lure Vishen to her side. So the next day, she already began discussing it with her assistant. The girl, feeling increasingly awkward, listened to advice on how best to fight the bandits. For example, that she should avoid their poisoned weapons and axe blows in close combat. Zeno, as a trump card, offered the lady to use a dagger smeared with a strong poison, so that it seemed that one glance at this terrible weapon was enough to make one feel dizzy and nauseous. It was hardly an exaggeration. The butler warned that one awkward touch was enough to send him to the next world, and even waved his finger depicting the soul's flight to heaven. The main character was thrilled to the core, and not so much because she was being offered such a dangerous thing, but because the young man was telling all this with the sweetest and most natural smile. With difficulty overcoming her disgust at the servant's psychopathy, Viola replied with a bored look that she did not need strong poison, but the man insisted that it could be useful. The protagonist repeated that she did not want to use this weapon during the game, and mentally added that if she hit the wrong person, then that would be the end of her song. Perhaps Zeno would have continued to insist on his own, but formally he remained only a butler, a submissive executor of the will of his mistress, and therefore he hastened to wipe the poison off the dagger. With an unchanging smile, the guy handed over the now clean and safer weapon and wished her luck on the mission. But the main character decided to clarify what he would do. The butler explained that of course he would not leave his mistress alone. He would follow her like a shadow, but he would not be able to help because this was the prince's mission. Staring in fascination at the long, razor-sharp dagger that seemed like a real sword in the hands of a 7-year-old girl, the protagonist admitted that this was true. Of course, the game in question was not some harmless family pastime. In fact, this was the name Viratu gave to an operation to exterminate a gang of bandits who had taken up residence in the Beto Mountains. As the former dugout noted, this was not so much a game as part of Viken's training program. If he could still kill simple bandits, then even a very strong and bloodthirsty child would not be able to cope with their huge and evil leader alone. But even this was not the most important circumstance in the eyes of the newcomer. She remembered that it was during this mission that the original Viola finally met another main character, a male one. She imagined him as a strong, stately, and handsome young man, armed with a bow and arrows, and was so excited by the opportunity to see the protagonist with her own eyes that she forgot herself for a moment, thinking that she would steal him. The second protagonist was named Tundra. He was born into a very poor family, so much so that his mother once decided to run away in search of a better life when her children were still very young. As a result, only 3 people remained in the family: the young man himself, his father, and his older sister. But she was seriously ill and could not do much work to help. Many people in such conditions become embittered, become selfish, and obsessed with their own well-being, but not the main character and his relatives. They became very united always, and in everything supported each other, and through joint efforts overcame poverty. From the age of 6, Tundra was trained as a hunter, achieving great success in this. And thanks to this already in childhood, he became a first-class provider, providing his relatives with meat and skins. This was very important. By saving on food and earning money from hunting, the family could afford to buy medicine, and having saved a little, they could take their daughter to the temple for treatment. In any case, this is what the young man himself dreamed about. But he was sure that soon, with enough effort, he would be able to easily make this dream come true. An ancient proverb says that if you want to make God laugh, tell him about your plans. And one day, when a happy boy returned home with the carcass of an adult deer, he saw something terrible. It would seem that nothing foreshadowed trouble. Everything was as usual, and Tundra was happy, anticipating how proud his father would be of him, and how happy his sister would be, having received the best piece. The unfortunate boy immediately forgot about everything as soon as he saw his father, dead lying in a pool of his own blood, surrounded by destroyed furniture. The little hunter dropped the deer and ran to his parent, calling him, in the hope that the wound was not so terrible that his father could still be saved. But in vain. Having barely checked the man's body, the young man was convinced that he was already stiff, and the only thing that could be done was to bury him with honors. But there was something else left. His sister. In horror, trying to drive away the tears flowing from his eyes, Tundra glanced around the house. There were traces of a battle everywhere, broken furniture and scars, so the hero quickly guessed that someone had kidnapped his relative. Like a hunted wolf, the young hunter turned around. Real rivers of tears were flowing from his eyes, but he kept them wide open, as if he was afraid of missing something extremely important. And then the protagonist, unable to bear the mental anguish again, leaned towards his father, one of the closest and dearest people in the world, mercilessly killed by some greedy scoundrels. If he had been a nobleman, he would have called the guards, and a coward would have preferred to pretend that he had never had a father or sister. But Tundra was made of different stuff, so the boy stood up resolutely, clutching his trusty bow. Before leaving, the young hunter only asked his parents' spirit for forgiveness for leaving him at such an hour. But he needed to save the only remaining member of his family before it was too late. Somehow, the main character learned that a gang of mountain bandits, not city bandits, were responsible for the crime, so his feet led him into the wilderness. It took the young man several days to find signs of the criminal's presence. All this time, he went deeper and deeper into the forest, to a distance where even old hunters rarely go. But eventually, the efforts bore fruit. One day, Tundra noticed a flimsy wooden tower with a gazebo on top, like those that forest gentlemen of fortune used to protect themselves from uninvited guests. At that moment, the boy did not see his face, the expression of which could have put a pack of mad wolves to flight. But he did not care. Only one thought was beating in the hunter's head: that his sister could be there. Readers are shown the terrible force with which the young man gripped the bow, preparing to draw an arrow and pull the bowstring. And then the focus of the story shifted to the aristocratic carriage. Viola was riding in it, and the entire backstory described above was given to the audience before the protagonist actually appeared before them. So now the traveler was tormented by guesses about what he would be like in appearance. Sitting on the opposite seat, Vichen was yawning desperately and fighting off sleep. He was overcome by terrible boredom because the boy liked riding a horse better, to which the protagonist indifferently advised him to get out and sit on the horse. After this, all drowsiness seemed to have disappeared from the young aristocrat by accident. He sat up abruptly, straightening up, and demanded an answer from the heroine as to why she was talking to him like that. The girl clearly didn't understand what he was unhappy about. In the past, she had addressed him harshly and derogatorily many times, and the blonde had never shown such displeasure. Fortunately, Vixen Veratu was kind enough to explain the reasons for his anger himself. Pointing his finger at Viola, the young aristocrat reminded her that she was only 7 years old, a year younger than him. This fiery speech ended with the confession that the blonde boy would really like the protagonist to call him brother, and she, unable to hold back a grin, turned away, thinking that he was still a boy. And before the traveler had time to really feel touched by the fact that even in the soul of such a dangerous person there was room for ordinary attachments and desires, the young prince boasted that he would kill many more people. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been dropped on the former dugout. It was silent for a while, and then repeated with a hint that brother could switch to a horse at any moment. Vichin replied in a capricious tone that he would not do this because he risked wasting all his energy before an important event, and the protagonist felt that she was beginning to tire of his company. It seemed to her that young Veratu was driven by a banal, childish whim, but then he admitted that riding a horse would not allow him to show off his best in front of his adopted sister, and this phrase made the little girl wary. The main character, despite having a detailed knowledge of the plot of the original work, had no idea what this meant, and did not know what the little killer would do next. She only understood that she would not participate in the murder of a crowd of adult bandits, otherwise she would lose her own life. Fortunately, proven manipulations came to the rescue. Affectionately cooing to Vishen, Viola promised to give him a head start, which caused a stir in the boy that was noticeable to the naked eye. She justified this by saying that her older adopted brother was the original player, so it would only be fair if he got the first share. The young blonde was so eager to start the massacre and show off his skills to his new relative that he swallowed the bait without thinking twice. But he was confused by the sarcastic advice not to overexert himself. Mockingly putting her hand to her face and looking at Vishen as if he were a second-class creature, the protagonist promised that she would definitely help him if things suddenly became too difficult for him. Naturally, the pride of the eldest offspring of Duke Veratu could not even allow such a possibility, so the boy decided to kill all the villains alone. And the time traveler smiled contentedly at how easy it was to rid herself of an unpleasant task. The children could have continued talking, arguing, and manipulating each other for a long time, but then a man's voice loudly announced that the carriage had arrived at its destination. But as Zeno explained a second later, not quite. The bandits' camp was a little further away in such dense terrain that the crew would not be able to break through, so the rest of the way would have to be covered on foot. As the purple-haired youth helped the young lady carefully descend to the ground, Vichien shot out of her like an arrow, shouting at his sister to watch carefully. But if the boy expected to see a menacing, awe-inspiring fort filled to the brim with cutthroats, he was mistaken. The camp turned out to be just a bunch of dilapidated, crookedly built huts without a single living soul. Tossing the dagger in his hands with circus skill, the younger Prince Veratu wondered out loud why the surroundings were so abandoned, and Viola mentally agreed with him. They hadn't even met any sentries. But any hint of boredom immediately disappeared when the blonde sensed something in the air. After sniffing thoroughly, the aristocrat excitedly pointed out that it smelled of blood. Moving a little to the side, the characters come across a gruesome find. A fresh female corpse half dug out of the ground, as if some scavenger had been trying to get to it before it was scared off. Seeing how young this girl was, the newcomer could not contain her rage. What kind of vicious pig do you have to be to take her life? Strictly speaking, this was not even a girl, but a 10-year-old child, only a little older than Vishen and Viola. And the protagonist could not accept such senseless cruelty. This spectacle became even more difficult when the main character remembered that these same beasts killed Tundra's father and kidnapped her sister, making the innocent boy an orphan. The fair-haired aristocrat, unlike his adopted sister, was not bothered by the dead bodies. He calmly walked up to the nearest door and knocked, hiding the weapon behind his back. The little killer was going to stab the first robber in the stomach, who tried to open the door, but the main character coming closer noted that the passerby was not locked and had already been opened recently. Vichin didn't understand why this was being mentioned, and the newcomer explained that forest bandits' homes usually have doors that open outward. This gives a little more time to jump out the window if they are being chased. Plus, someone dug up the body, and it was unlikely to be an animal. And the former dugout notes to herself that it was definitely Tundra, who was trying to find his sister, and mistakenly came across the body of another younger girl. And then it turns out that the bandits did have a sentry after all, unknown to everyone except Viola, a killer who was very skilled with a bow and shot him before the bandit raised the alarm. This explained the scent of blood that had so excited the Duke's youngest son. There had just been a big fight in the camp, and Vikin stared in shock at the girl who had shown such observation. And then the boy got really angry and ran away in a fit of rage, shouting that this wouldn't work. At this rate, his adopted relative would easily surpass him in the number of people killed, and the heroine couldn't hold back a smug grin. On the other hand, the butlers were also very surprised by such a deduction. The prince's subordinate asked Zeno if he had secretly informed the mistress, but this turned out not to be the case. Then the bespectacled servant complained that he couldn't understand how a small child could learn so much at once, and the purple-haired man kindly advised him to just take it on faith. It would be easier that way. After this, the dark-haired servant realized that his charge had gone too far away, and he rushed after Vichen like an arrow, leaving Zeno alone. Now that they were alone, the butler asked the protagonist if she was going to go inside the hut, but the girl quickly replied that she was not. Like Sherlock Holmes explaining the details of yet another mystery, the traveler told her assistant that on the way to the camp, she noticed tracks belonging to a 12-year-old child. And since he was able to get to such a place on his own, he was clearly an outstanding bloodhound. Viola thought to herself that it was probably Tundra, but added out loud that the unknown kid was probably trying to take revenge on the bandits for something. And Zenon asked why the lady was so worried about it. The unknown person could very well have died. Smiling predatorily in anticipation of the exciting spectacle, the protagonist said that firstly, it was just a lot of fun, and secondly, the unknown young avenger was not dead at all. The servant listened with calm interest to the conclusion that the unknown killer had not actually managed to get to his offenders, because the hut was simply abandoned, but not ransacked. Zeno noted with admiration how smart and insightful his young mistress was, how accurately she noticed every detail, and how well constructed her conclusions were. The man had once again vowed to make her the head of the family, but Viola herself sensed this with her sixth sense and shuddered unpleasantly. She reassured herself that this was just the aura of the abandoned camp affecting her, and continued searching until she came across another half-open hut. The door creaked open with a disgusting sound, letting in sunlight, and the characters quickly noticed that this dwelling, unlike the previous one, was not empty. It was a young man, practically a boy. He cowered in fear in the far corner of the hut, holding his injured arm, and the protagonist noted with satisfaction that she knew she would find her target here. It would seem that a new performance should follow, in which the main character pretends to be a treacherous noblewoman. But the girl's eyes widened, and beads of sweat ran down her face. An unknown teenager stared back at her. Unlike Vishen or Xenon, he did not have fantastically colored hair or eyes. Only his gaze showed determination to fight to the end. However, this was not what frightened the traveler at all. Tundra, a young otherworldly hunter and avenger, turned out to be the spitting image of the young man she knew in her past life. So much so that the false Viola decided that he had somehow moved between worlds. The protagonist couldn't move. Like a rabbit hypnotized by a predatory blow, she froze and only looked at the boy in disbelief, realizing with horror that he really did look exactly the same. The idea that the boy could turn out to be a second-time traveler just like her was very bold and even crazy. But the main character could not think of anything better in any case, and in the end, she decided to take a step forward. Tundra interpreted this action in his own way. He grabbed the dagger and warned the stranger not to come closer, otherwise he would get hit in some soft spot. Viola didn't pay the slightest attention to this threat, and perhaps didn't even hear it. Instead, she walked right up to the stunned young man and knelt down in front of him. Then something even stranger happened. Without any embarrassment, the aristocrat grabbed the young hunter by the leg and pulled up his trousers to see small moles on the limb that formed a triangle. This discovery surprised the protagonist even more. She finally lost control of herself, staring at the unfortunate spots with great distrust and trying to understand how something like this could happen. After this, readers are again transported to the distant past, to the day when Viola was still an ordinary girl from Earth. That was the first time she saw such a set of moles. They belonged to one of her acquaintances and looked very noticeable, much more so than most skin tattoos. But the girl was glad about this at the time, saying that thanks to this, she would always recognize her friend. The man's name was Kang Han Jun. Except for the modern Earth clothes and shorter hair, he was like a clone of Tundra, an almost perfect copy. This man was 5 years older than the protagonist, but remained her very close friend. So much so that the future traveler considered him her greatest support during her existence in the orphanage. In the eyes of the orphaned woman, there was no one who could be called a closer person. But everything changed on the day she turned 19. There was nothing to indicate trouble. The young man was simply spending time with his girlfriend before finally mentioning that he wanted to introduce his friend to someone. What followed was like a bolt from the blue. A tall lady approached the characters, and Kang Han-jun, putting his arm around the stranger's shoulders, explained that she was his girlfriend. The protagonist thought that her heart would break from mental anguish and pain. For some reason, she took the news that her best friend had started a relationship with someone too seriously. Only after some time did the main character admit to herself that all these years she herself had romantic feelings for the guy. She just didn't realize it or disguise them as friendship. Time, as we know, heals many wounds, especially emotional ones. So in the future, when the girl became more mature, she decided to honestly confess her feelings to Jun, and then come what may. They even prearranged a meeting by correspondence. But hour after hour passed, and the man still did not come to the previously agreed place, and did not respond to the message, forcing the poor friend to guess what happened to him. Only later did the protagonist learn that her best friend and lover had tragically died. She was never able to confess her love to him, and never forgot again, even though she tried very hard to let go of the past. And now, in a completely different world, before Viola stood Tundra, the 12-year-old son of a poor hunter, an orphan, and an avenger threatening her with a blade in horror, and also an exact copy of Khan right down to his 3 birthmarks. If it had been someone like Zeno or Vishen in her place, they would not have hesitated and would have already cut the boy's throat with his own blade. And if the boy had looked different, Veratu would have dealt with him herself long ago. But now she simply could not recover from the shock. The young avenger himself, of course, had no idea what passions were raging in the soul of the stranger. Looking at her with apprehension and suspicion, he demanded an answer as to whether the girl was the daughter of one of the robbers. The main character, of course, didn't say anything. She was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't even really realize what was happening in the area. And then Tundra opened his eyes, especially wide, and stared at her intently. It was a bit like when Viola was being tortured by Heron, using his supernatural powers. The man didn't seem to even move, but everything around seemed to be covered in an impenetrable fog, and the little girl felt dizzy. It took all the effort the protagonist had to put in just to stay on her feet. And then a thunderous voice rang out in her head, demanding to know if she was the daughter of the leader of a gang of bandits. Something strange was happening to the boy's eyes. Like 2 black holes, they were sucking in the entire universe, pulling the main character herself towards them, until she saw herself as very small and fragile, in front of the eerie, pale face of Tundra. Zeno Viola, Veratu's butler, and a fearsome assassin with nerves of steel, showed genuine emotion for the first time in history, staring in shock at what was happening, barely holding back the scream that was threatening to escape. It was understandable. An aristocrat whom a man was obliged to protect with his life, and on whom his own well-being depended, found herself in captivity of an unknown ragamuffin who demanded that he be immediately taken to an unknown leader of bandits, otherwise the hostage would be ill. The servant had not said anything yet and had not even moved. On the one hand, he was carefully analyzing the situation, and on the other, He could not believe that the protagonist could make such a stupid mistake. The tension became such that it seemed that you could simply stretch out your hand and touch it with your hands, like an ordinary object, but everything changed thanks to Viola herself. In an emphatically quiet voice, she asked if Tundra had really pointed a weapon at her. The young hunter shuddered in surprise and turned his gaze to the girl. Before that, she had been sitting quietly, not even blinking, but now everything had changed abruptly. She was staring intently at the offender with scarlet eyes, as if blood had just been spilled. Zeno, despite standing at a distance, immediately noticed this and smiled contentedly. Of course, Mrs. Viola did not need help. She would perfectly well sort everything out herself, demonstrating her true monstrous nature. What happened next lasted only a few seconds. Events unfolded so quickly. The same Tundra only managed to look away in fear when someone else's hand crashed into his head. Despite the fact that the protagonist's body belonged to a 7-year-old orphan, originally from the starving slums, it worked flawlessly. The blow to the ear was delivered with such force that the guy, many times larger and heavier than the aristocrat, fell to the ground. For the first time in his life, the boy felt like he was in the place of those animals that he had hunted with his father in the past. He was stunned, completely helpless, and could hardly even understand what was happening around him, allowing his enemies to do whatever they wanted to him. Viola snorted contemptuously, calling her former captor a worthless piece of shit. And then slowly, with the aim of mocking him, she took the knife and ran it across the young man's cheek. The latter, immediately coming to his senses, broke out in a cold sweat in horror. The main character changed a lot, and it wasn't just the change in eye color. She truly enjoyed the fact that the victim was afraid of her, and that a very slight effort was enough to cause terrible pain. Fortunately, the time traveler did not manage to cripple the boy. She came to her senses with difficulty, trying in horror to understand what just happened. Was the personality of the real owner of the body finally coming to its senses and regaining control? The limbs moved on their own, as if on the orders of an invisible puppeteer, and the former earthling could do nothing about it. She mentally prayed that Tundra would break free from Viola's grip on his own. For a moment, it seemed that this would actually happen. The hunter tensed, clenching his fist with force in order to break free from under the sadist's foot in a second. But then his hand relaxed, demonstrating that the brunette, for some reason, decided to give up. Oddly enough, this also helped. The protagonist finally fully regained control over her new body, and looking at the strange actions of the enemy, she guessed that he was simply tired of fighting and a hard life. The former dugout had a similar day in the distant past, when she, confident that no one in the whole wide world needed her, climbed onto the roof of a multi-story building and was preparing to fall down. The girl understood perfectly well what thoughts were now rushing through the head of the poor guy who had lost his mother, father, and sister, but she was not going to let Tundra settle scores with him, even for selfish reasons. Viola did not want someone who looked like Hanjun to die. In the past, this man always supported the main character, did not let her lose heart, even in the most depressing and gloomy moments. But she was unable to return the debt in her old life, and now that they have both been reborn, it is time to pay it. The former earthling felt with pleasure and relief how her body could again function fully, as if this terrible split personality had never happened. Then the butler's voice was heard congratulating the young lady on how well she had done everything, and the girl turned around sharply, showing that her eyes had once again become purple like amethysts. Zeno admired how the protagonist exposed her weaknesses to deceive the target and lure her into a trap. And Vicen, who managed to find the scene, at some point jealously noted that he would have done the same. No matter how it looked from the outside, the girl herself understood perfectly well that there was no merit in this. The real Vola returned perhaps due to a side effect of moving into someone else's body. And the newcomer was also very glad that she was lucky. She managed to regain control in time, and the young maniac with red eyes did not have time to stab Tundra with a blade. The young man himself managed to lose consciousness and therefore did not hear how the aristocrat capriciously ordered the servants to take him to the estate. She liked the brunette and wanted to turn him into a toy. During the time that the younger offspring of the Veratu clan traveled to the abandoned bandit camp, explored it, and then returned home, many hours passed. The clear midday gave way to a pink sunset. When the main characters reached the princess's chambers, the butler unceremoniously threw Tundra to the floor, as if he were not a man but an animal, while the young man was also shackled and his mouth was covered with a large gag. In Zeno's eyes, the boy really became more of a thing than a living creature. The servant calmly asked what to do with this toy now, and Viola demanded to leave it as it is so that the eyes could look and rejoice. The man with purple hair and eyes readily agreed, then extended his hand, and a supernatural blue glow appeared from his fingers. As it turned out, not only Geron Veratu, the formidable duke and ruler of the north, possessed witchcraft skills. The main character's assistant also possessed some magic, and he used them on Tundra. The supernatural lights softly flew towards the young hunter's shackled limbs, after which they lifted his body upward, forcing the unconscious brunette to assume a crucifixion pose. The chain of shackles mystically lengthened. The main character watched this with mild interest, and in the end she chuckled with satisfaction, praising Zeno for his good work and ordering him to leave. But before that, the servant decided to clarify what the mistress planned to do with the prisoner. With a predatory glint in her eyes, in which crimson lights appeared again, the protagonist thoughtfully drawled that she herself did not know yet. But on the other hand, this dog dared to bite her, which meant that he needed training. The butler asked if she meant that very method, and then immediately reminded her that in the Winter Castle it was forbidden to commit violence against anyone. However, as a loyal servant, the man would pretend that he knew nothing, had not heard, or seen anything. The girl thanked the servant for such kindness, and when he left, she smiled with the corner of her lips, as if anticipating the upcoming session of punishment. This is what a person who does not have the gift of reading minds might think. In fact, the main character was terribly nervous, and certainly did not want to beat someone with a whip. She came up with this explanation in order to save Tundra's life. But now the protagonist realized that she had trapped herself. On the one hand, she had to, as she had promised, train the prisoner. But on the other hand, how could this be done at all? Memory immediately brought back memories of a novel that described how a red-haired duchess beat her son Vishen until he bled. In fact, Veratu did not use less gentle methods of discipline. Logically, it might have been logical to give the protagonist a non-lethal beating, thereby preserving his disguise. But the time traveler seriously doubted that she could beat up a guy who looked like her late lover. The former dugout could have pondered this unpleasant prospect for a long time. But then a sound was heard that made her shudder. The young hunter groaned for the first time, gradually coming to his senses. The main character very slowly opened his heavy eyelids, as if made of monolithic slabs. He still had difficulty understanding what was happening around him, so he did not notice the chains and the gag. A second later, however, the boy realized what an unpleasant situation he was in. Tundra began to thrash in the shackles in a futile attempt to break them, and his screams were blocked by the gag. Then the protagonist fixed an angry look on Viola. If it weren't for the mask covering his mouth, he would have promised to kill the kidnapper and demanded that the chains be removed immediately. In another situation, the time traveler, to maintain her image, could have laughed, continuing to portray an evil noblewoman. But now she sadly convinced herself that in front of her was a completely different person, not Han Jun. In the end, the girl asked the captive to calm down and began to explain to the hunter that he had not been able to take revenge very well. The boy had only killed 2 robbers out of the entire gang. The rest turned out to be far from as stupid as one might expect. The seasoned thugs easily wounded the attacker and drove him into a corner, not even giving him a chance to find out what happened to his sisters. These words had the effect of a bucket of ice water on the orphan. He stopped struggling in his chains and moaning, and only thought with fear how this stranger knew about his sister. Meanwhile, Viola continued her speech, and now it became much more harsh. The girl accused Tundra of wanting to give up, like the last coward, and dangerous blue lights flashed in the guy's eyes. He thought with disgust that the kidnapper was posing as a noble lady, implying that she would have done no better in a similar situation. The protagonist could have continued to seethe with bile and impotent rage for a long time, but the conversation took a completely unexpected turn. Viola Veratu admitted that she was like that too, causing the guy to open his eyes in shock. Smiling, the girl partially told Tundra her true biography. She grew up in an orphanage from where she was eventually taken, so it would not be difficult for her to understand another desperate orphan. They both suddenly lost their families without warning or foreshadowing, which sharply divided their lives into before and after, in a way that born aristocrats would not have been able to comprehend. As a result, the newcomer promised Tundra that she would be by his side as a fellow sufferer, and this essentially simple speech was enough to instantly calm the boy's rage and bring tears to his eyes. The young hunter himself didn't understand what was happening to him. Just 5 seconds ago, he was ready to rip the head off this little bitch with his bare hands, and now his eyes were watering so much that the surroundings seemed blurry. Seeing that the desired effect had been successfully achieved, Viola hastened to consolidate the triumph. Strictly ordering the young man to calm down, she said that she had taken revenge on the bandits for him and had also saved his life. She insisted that Tundra, although he had spent most of his life in the forest, should be familiar with human customs and therefore should feel gratitude, and the boy really had nothing to object to. Having made sure that the prisoner had completely submitted and was now ready to listen to everything that was offered to him, the young intriguer grinned smugly, but hastened to get down to business. Some time passed, and readers were shown Tundra sitting on a chair. His hands were still in metal shackles, but he made no attempt to escape or take the girl hostage again. It was obvious that a fair amount of events had happened during that tiny time skip. After listening to what Viola wanted to tell him, the young brunette muttered absently, "So that's it." The protagonist sternly asked him if he understood his situation, and the teenager hastened to assure her that yes, it was dangerous to contradict the bloodthirsty and all-knowing aristocrat. Nevertheless, the main character still had a reasonable question as to why the daughter of the all-powerful Duke decided to help him at all. Despite the tears, he did not fully believe in the beautiful tale of altruism. The traveler, however, decided to use this particular legend. She repeated that she was in fact an orphan taken from an orphanage without reliable allies or real relatives. And that is precisely why Viola Veratu needed her people. That is soldiers, mercenaries, and messengers who would be truly loyal only to her and not to anyone else. Tundra was chosen as the candidate for the first member of this secret army, but the brunette still could not understand why out of all the possible candidates, he, a poor young hunter, was the one who was suitable for this. Then the protagonist used all the power of her charm to enchant her interlocutor. It was as if a tiny sun had risen in the room. It became so warm and light when Viola explained that she liked the young man's look. It was for this reason, and not because of his tracking or archery skills, that the brunette had been chosen. And this sentimental confession left the poor fellow once again taken aback. It ended with the main character expressing out loud the hope that Tundra would become not only her first real henchman, but also an especially talented one. To symbolically seal this pact, the main characters shook hands. At this moment, they looked not even like the Duchess and her servant, but simply like two children in a difficult situation who decided to work together to fix it. But a little later, from the thoughts of the traveler, it became known that this touching speech was at least partly a lie. For example, nothing in the young man's gaze caught her attention. He looked coldly, not at all like Kang Jun. At the same time, the protagonist sincerely hoped that Tundra would not begin to experience doubts, because of this reason. In the original novel, he was presented as a smart and rational hero. The young man did not show it, but he himself was tormented by no less strong doubts. After all, despite all these touching flowery speeches, he still understood little. On the other hand, the boy was well aware that this was his last chance to get ahead in life, so he asked out loud directly whether he should become Viola's watchdog. This time, the aristocrat decided not to read touching speeches about the power of friendship and compassion. She repeated with a sly grin that yes, the hunter would be her dog. But this was not a manifestation of sadism and psychopathy. In fact, it was the only possible way to save the life of a commoner in Veratu society, because only personal slaves would not make them want to dig up dirt or push aside a rival. And then, to the crackling of slowly burning branches in the fireplace, the girl reminded the boy that in the robber's hut he had attacked her, and it was impossible to forgive such insolence. With her slightly reddened eyes flashing, the protagonist quoted someone's phrase, "You can't forgive dogs that bite their owners," declaring that such an approach was very much in the spirit of the rulers of the North. That is why Tundra needs training, that is painful punishment. But the young man listened to this without a single emotion on his face, and only thought that the main character was strange. In his opinion, the young noblewoman was trying her best to look cold, but at the same time, she had a very warm and friendly look in her violet eyes. The teenager still knew very little about the politics of the powers that be, and had no idea about the difficult fate of his new mistress. But he already suspected that she was pretending like a wolf in sheep's clothing, but the other way around. He muttered quietly to himself that the expression, "in the spirit of Viratu," sounded a little sad. But when Viola asked him again what he had said, he quickly lied that nothing. Suddenly, the brunette felt a strong sense of déjà vu, as if he had already met this purple-haired girl. He even asked her directly about it, and the sweaty traveler lied that no, they had never met. Having caught her breath a little, the former dugout suggested going to the hut where Tundra lived when they had sorted out all their affairs. And the young hunter asked again, perplexed. The girl explained that the protagonist's father's corpse remained in the hut and that it needed to be buried according to all the rules. And she mentally added that in the original, the boy later deeply regretted leaving his father's body so disrespectfully. At the same time, the protagonist had no intention of leaving the young man alone, not at all. She was going to go with him, which caused another silent shock in the poor guy. Perhaps if there had been other people in their place, one of them would have insisted that such a matter needed to be done in the family circle. But the teenager only looked away, with wet eyes, blushed with embarrassment, and quietly thanked his new boss. But after a few seconds, Tundra did something strange. He slowly rose to his feet and calmly explained that he was now completely in control of himself and was ready. The traveler didn't need to be told what this meant. She immediately guessed that the boy wanted to be punished as soon as possible and forget about it, so she pointed to the best place to sit. Like Vishen before him, the main character showed no fear of the whip's blows. He seemed completely indifferent to the fact that his back was being slashed. The girl decided to warn the victim just in case that it would hurt, but Tundra looked at her with such an indifferent gaze, as if it didn't concern him at all. Then the young man wearily shook his head and simply said that he knew, and the brunette also allowed him to beat him heartily further, demonstrating his contempt for such torture. Viola agreed that yes, that was exactly what she would do, and then pulled out from its hiding place a richly decorated whip that looked like a work of art rather than an instrument of pain. The protagonist tightly clutched the flexible half of the weapon and grinned carnivorously, very realistically, portraying sadistic arousal. And before starting, she only asked the boy to scream beautifully. A moment passed, and then the characteristic disgusting sounds of the hard leather of a whip hitting tender human flesh rang out throughout the room. Although Tundra had looked very calm before the execution, now everything was different. The unfortunate boy was trembling, barely holding back his sobs, and even Viola herself was very uncomfortable with what she had to do. If there had been another way out, the main character would never have done this. But unfortunately, there was not, and she understood perfectly well that Zeno was listening attentively to what was happening from the next room. Therefore, in order for the butler not to suspect the lady of criminal softness and weakness, the protagonist had to act as cruelly and mercilessly as possible, as befits Virat. With such unpleasant thoughts, she slowly raised her hand, preparing to deliver a new, especially sharp and terrible blow, when Vishen burst into the room with a loud cry, causing the girl to freeze in surprise. Laughing, the blonde asked if his stepsister was playing with the prisoner, but the heroine corrected him by saying that she was educating him, and then asked herself why the prince had come. The boy carelessly declared that he really wanted to see how his newfound relative would turn the prisoner into her toy, and the newcomer froze. Could it be that this little maniac had begun to guess that she was not who she claimed to be? This was already a very unpleasant complicating factor for an already difficult job. But after that, the boy with a predatory gleam in his eyes asked if Viola planned to treat Tundra's wounds with ointment, as she had done with him. The former dugout did not understand what this question was about, and even asked directly if it had any significance. And the older brother assured that yes, it did. The young hunter did not intervene in this conversation. His bloody scarred back ached as if it had been burned by hellfire, so the brunette desperately tried to catch his breath a little. The brunette didn't even move when Vishen angrily declared that if Viola smeared the wounds of her victim with medicine, the Duke's youngest son would finish off Tundra. But the heroine herself wondered why her brother was behaving like that. Enraged by this insolence, the blond man declared in a raised voice that he would do it simply because he wanted to, and that he would finish off the commoner from the bandit camp in any case. Someone else would have been scared, but the protagonist had already gotten used to the psychoses of the highborn family. She was much more interested in why Vikin was interested in ointments at all. But out loud, she only warned that attacks on her toy would not go unpunished. If one of the family members attacks the slaves of another, this is equated to damage to valuable property and undermining authority. And the nobles cannot turn a blind eye to this, which the boy himself realized. So Viola demanded that her half-brother give her a good reason for such behavior, because he was Viratu. And for the first time in the entire conversation, the boy was frankly at a loss, not knowing what to say. But he had nowhere else to retreat, so Vikin, desperately embarrassed and blushing, declared that he should be the first in line to apply the ointment, and no one else should dare to receive such a service. The protagonist had never experienced such surprise before. In fact, she fell into a real stupor, unable to believe that this was the real reason for the young aristocrat's ridiculous demands. Before she could fully recover from the shock, she muttered out loud that the blonde didn't want to give up his lead, and then asked her directly if her little brother realized how strange he was acting. And the latter, humming a song, contemptuously replied that he didn't. But then the main character regained her composure. She thoughtfully drawled that Viratu was acting in accordance with rationality and reason, but a little more, and Vichen would disappoint her, which made the boy jerk in shock, as if from a slap. The time traveler was no longer going to play these games perverted by a sick mind. Looking sternly at her interlocutor, she again ordered him to give a reasonable and logical reason for his demands. If the boy did not do this, the alternative would be severe. Viola would never treat his own wounds again, and such a punishment frightened the young killer much more than any pain. The blond boy was very scared at the thought of losing his only warm connection with his little sister, but he didn't want to lose face either. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man with feigned seriousness said that so be it. He forgives the heroine, but she was not impressed by this performance. Realizing that it was useless to intimidate the protagonist, and that no arguments he had would convince her Vikin could not stand it, he angrily shouted that she could smear Tundra as much as she wanted and left the room. But before leaving, the boy turned around and warned, in 3 years when his sister turns 10, he will really kill the brunette as retribution. After that, the blonde abruptly slammed the door. He desperately wanted to have the last word in this discussion, but doubts still continued to torment the soul of the younger Viratu. The thought of whether it would really be necessary to kill anyone kept running through his mind. Perhaps for the first time in his life, the young nobleman realized that not everything can be achieved through violence. In Vichen's soul, 2 opposing attitudes fought. On the one hand, his mother, a ruthless duchess with scarlet hair and eyes, had been telling him all her life that members of their family should be ruthless monsters. On the other hand, he really didn't want to kill Viola. He really liked this girl, even if the boy was still afraid to admit it to himself, even mentally. Meanwhile, the newcomer continued to reflect on this very strange episode. She understood that her adopted brother had not just latched onto the ointments for no reason, but she decided to focus on other things for now. For example, Tundra. The whip tore the poor teenager's entire back, staining it red, and even a thick hunting shirt could not soften the monstrous blows. The boy was breathing heavily and breaking out in a cold sweat. Only incredible willpower kept him in a sitting position, but even that would soon come to an end, so Viola decided to stop the training, trying not to show her excitement over the grave condition of her new minion. The protagonist clapped her hands and quietly called out to Zainan, not doubting that the butler would appear immediately. And so it happened. The man with purple hair immediately opened the door and entered the Duchess's chambers, respectfully asking the lady what she wanted. The former dugout said that she had finished the execution, so the servant would need to clean up the place, after which the guy respectfully took the whip and asked if he could bring some juice. The main character didn't want to eat or drink, so she easily refused, and Xenon then thoughtfully looked at Tundra. The boy looked very bad. He had been beaten up pretty badly. The young butler was most impressed by the teenager's gaze. Before that, he had looked at everyone stubbornly, defiantly, insolently, but now there was no trace left of such feelings. This made the man smile proudly for his mistress and think that she was a true Viratu in spirit. She knew how to punish in such a way that even the most stubborn people were broken. But this was not enough. Zeno, for the first time in history, showed open anger, furiously squeezing the whip and admitting that if not for Viola's mercy, he would have subjected the impudent boy to a much harsher punishment for daring to point a knife at the girl. The former earthling looked at this flash of cold anger with her eyes wide open in horror. She knew that her henchman was a very dangerous and cruel person, but she had no idea how much malice was actually in him. In addition, this speech painfully reminded me of an episode from the book. As it turned out, this butler with purple hair and eyes did appear in it once, and he also gave the heroine difficult tests. There, a young man threatened someone saying that if it were not for the lady's mercy, he would have cut the victim's throat. And in Viratu, society, mercy was an incredible luxury that only the all-powerful eyes of the Heron family could afford without harm to themselves. In other words, Zeno's calling the protagonist merciful was not a compliment at all. He doubted that she was strong-willed enough to become a full-fledged member of the family, and this needed to be answered somehow. If the girl does not do this or makes the wrong decision, the once loyal henchman will begin to doubt her, even more jeopardizing her plans and survival, and this cannot be allowed. Pretending to be stern, the young aristocrat called the servant by name, intending to give some order. But before that, she managed to once again turn her sympathetic gaze to Tundra. It lasted for a moment, so even Zeno with his cat-like reaction did not have time to notice anything. After that, the protagonist, in an icy tone, ordered to follow her. They left the room, after which the butler, at the order of the hostess, dropped to his knees. And she, with all her might, slapped the guy, forcing him to jerk his head back. For a moment, the servant's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his usual composure. And the main character warned that although others might question her status, she should not do so openly. Viola said with disgust that when she saw such impudence, it simply disgusted her. But in her mind, she began to worry that she had hit too hard. Outwardly, she naturally did not try to demonstrate this openly. On the contrary, trying her best to portray a ruthless aristocrat, she asked if Zeno really did not take her seriously, and the young man asked for forgiveness. The butler stated in all seriousness that he was ready to cut off his own hand just to earn the favor of the young mistress, and the protagonist hastened to declare that she did not need such a thing. But the next proposal was even worse. Looking at the main character with a mad look in his sparkling eyes, the guy asked if she wanted him to kill himself as punishment. The traveler was once again mentally amazed at the madhouse that was going on in the society of Viratu and their close associates, but she said out loud that it was unnecessary. Having died, Zeno would not be able to work, and without an arm, he would perform his tasks worse. Therefore, a slap in the face and an order to think first and then open his mouth in the future was quite sufficient punishment for the guy, and the servant resigned himself to it. He looked at the young noblewoman again, but now there was warmth in his gaze. The guy could not stop admiring what colossal willpower Viola possessed, since she controlled the madness that was bursting out so well. Zenon never forgot that he had to serve not an ordinary girl, but a mystical child born under an unlucky star. He admitted in his thoughts that if it were not for the protagonist's magic, his head would have turned into a pile of bloody meat from the blow. According to the servant, the girl possessed magic and controlled it very subtly. For example, at the moment of her first meeting with Vishen, it was witchcraft that allowed her to scratch the blonde, breaking through his witchcraft protection, while other people had to learn how to wield magic, and even then, there was no guarantee that anyone would succeed. Viola was born with the gift and was already using it successfully. Zeno had been ready to pray to his mistress before, but now her status had finally moved into the realm of the semi-divine. But out loud, he only clarified. After all, the heroine had deliberately hid him in another place, so as not to undermine his authority in front of the toy. The time traveler was disgusted to hear such things, but for the sake of disguise, she agreed. After all, the butler was the only servant in her circle. For now, it would be bad if another servant stopped respecting him. The man bowed his head respectfully, placing his hand on his chest, and thanked him for such concern. But in his thoughts, he understood that the real Viratu would not care about such a trifle. According to the logic accepted in these parts, this should have been regarded as the girl's weakness and unsuitability for the future role of Duchess. But for some reason, Zeno experienced an unfamiliar feeling, as if warmth was spreading in his chest. Unable to cope with such an unfamiliar feeling, the guy admitted out loud that it would be great if his mistress became the leader of the family. And the heroine, who was afraid of this, like fire, thought in horror that the slap had damaged something in the butler's head. Trying not to show her true emotions, the former earthling grinned smugly, as if agreeing with this statement. But in her mind, she sadly realized that everyone here really was sick in the head. Several days pass after this, and the audience is shown the pink dawn sky, and how the rising sun playfully shimmers through the tree foliage. The main characters silently carried out the unpleasant but necessary work. While Tundra was fiddling with the soil, placing a dirty shovel next to him, Viola maintained a respectful silence, squeezing a flower. It was a funeral. Only now the children had finally managed to escape from the winter castle without arousing suspicion, and they buried the body of the boy's father, making a small cross for him as a tombstone. After the young man finished his work, he stood frozen in front of his parents' grave, unable to say anything goodbye. And then the protagonist presented him with a flower. She explained that this also needed to be placed. Apparently, in the local world, there was a custom of paying the last respects to the dead by placing such things on the graves. The main character agreed to accept this gift. Slowly, as if afraid that a careless movement would destroy the fragile plant, Tundra took it. Then, he just as slowly placed the flower at the foot of the cross and made a short speech. He assured his father's spirit that there was no need to worry about him anymore. Apart from these short, quiet phrases, the ceremony took place in complete silence. It seemed that even nature itself sympathized with the grief of the young hunter and decided to honor the memory of his parent. Thus, the protagonists fulfilled their oath to find the old hut of the poor Tundra family and bury it as every person should, and not just bury it. But this was far from the only event that had happened in the last few days. So that the brunette would not disgrace the new mistress with his poor appearance, he was carefully fed, given new clothes, and settled in one of the palace rooms. The main character had changed dramatically. Now he resembled not a sullen little animal, but a handsome young gentleman, and in addition, he began to respectfully call Viola mistress. Thus, the protagonist fulfilled one of her plans. She turned the main character of the original novel into her henchman, but problems still remained. One particularly unpleasant thing was the impossibility of looking Tundra in the eye for a long time, or even touching him. What this leads to, they learned on their own skins. The true Viola, like a disgusting little devil in a box, shows herself out, and the former earthling was well aware of how dangerous and abnormal she was. That's why the girl always tried to keep a respectful distance from the teenager and didn't look him in the eye for more than a few seconds. If the true protagonist of the story had appeared at the wrong moment, it would have ended in disaster. Naturally, Tundra himself had no idea about such a problem, so when the young lady once again quickly turned away and left, he wondered, why did they no longer look at him with tenderness? One day, when Viola and Zeno were walking down the corridor, the butler quietly mentioned, it dawned on him, that Vishen had been subjected to educational measures, and the heroine immediately understood what this meant. The girl, no matter how much the blonde irritated her, still planned to make her older brother a reliable ally, so she decided to look into his room to make sure everything was okay. But what the newcomer saw there went beyond all possible limits. For a moment, she completely forgot about her disguise as a cold, insensitive intriguer and stared ahead in horror. The protagonist saw the Duchess in person for the first time. The red-haired woman was calmly standing in front of her son, who was sprawled on the floor, and the latter was not moving, as if he had already been finished off. Somehow the scoundrel guessed that there was a new audience in the room. She lazily turned her head and was cloyingly surprised that Viola was already here, although Vihen was waiting for her. A monstrous tension reigned. An unambiguous mortal danger emanated from the adult aristocrat, so the main character did not even move for the first moments. As it turned out, this scoundrel was called Isabella. She was second in influence after her husband, Geron Veratu, with whom she had entered into a political marriage many years ago. As was often the case among aristocrats, including earthly ones, there was no one between these two, but they tried to remain faithful to each other, for both were interested in the well-being of their house. It was impossible not to recognize this woman. She perfectly repeated her description in the novel, including her blood-red eyes, hair, and lips, so the protagonist respectfully greeted her, curtsying. Isabella calmly noted that the girl recognized her immediately, which meant she had prepared well. And the main character, trying not to show fear, admitted that this was true. After all, she lives in harsh conditions. Even just communicating with the Duchess was incredibly difficult. A wave of overwhelming power literally emanated from her, and the newcomer understood very well that if she showed weakness, even for a moment, she would be immediately finished off. Looking at the purple-haired girl like a well-trained circus monkey, Isabella condescendingly noted her quick mind, probably due to her poor origins. Then, lazily turning to the unconscious Vichin, the woman admitted that her son was obedient, but not vicious enough. The fault of his upbringing in hothouse conditions. Carefully choosing her words, the main character assumes that the Duchess is trying to convey to her, through hints that a born aristocrat has no business being in the company of a former beggar. The adult noblewoman snorts, as if Viola had just made an inappropriate joke, but admits that she understood everything well. Except for one small detail. Isabella is not satisfied with her son stopping seeing the beggar who was picked up off the street, clothed, and fed by sheer kindness. She is going to give the protagonist a white flower. The former earthling immediately understood what was being discussed. She even remembered how she herself had given Tundra such a plant so that he could make a last gift to his late father. But the aristocrat, in order to further humiliate her directly, asked whether the girl understood what was being discussed, or whether low-class people treated the dead differently. After this, the heroine decides that it is finally time to show her own teeth. Politely but firmly, she corrects her opponent that it is more correct to say poor people, and the woman snorts with a question. Isn't it the same thing? Looking into Isabella's red eyes, without any fear, Viola replies that no, it is not the same thing. Even the lowest beggars can have a noble spirit, while aristocrats can be low class, and that even the poor treat the dead with respect. The villainess, however, was not impressed by this speech. With the same haughty calm, she notes that the girl behaves like a lady, and it does not suit her. But to this, the protagonist responds that she understood her position. Only people of the upper class know how to respect the dead. In a colder voice, Isabella repeats that she plans to give the impudent girl a white flower, as if doubting her mental abilities. Then, looking intently at the supposed victim, the Duchess adds that outsiders have no right to express their comments to the mother regarding how to love and raise children. It seemed as if a crimson hellish sun had risen in the room. The aura of bloodthirstiness emanating from the villainess had become so unbearable, but the newcomer found the strength to calmly ask again whether she was really an outsider. Slowly walking around the Duchess and sitting down next to the unconscious Vichin, the girl with purple hair reminded her that they were now relatives and even familiarly called the woman Mama. Having done this, the protagonist felt proud of herself. Perhaps she was the first in many years who dared to so clearly oppose the all-powerful matriarch Virat. But then something else caught her attention. The blonde began to gradually come to his senses, opening his eyes clouded with pain. It was unknown what kind of torture his mother had subjected him to. This time, it was not enough to kill the boy or make him disabled. However, the main character managed to find the answer to this question on her own. After a quick examination of the boy's neck, covered with unusual wounds, she guessed that Isabella had used some kind of poison. Outside the window, meanwhile, it was night. A huge crescent moon and bright stars gently illuminated the earth below, serving as an unpleasant contrast to the confrontation between the main characters. The adult aristocrat tried to put the little one in her place, but Viola retorted that it was the Duchess who allowed herself too much. Children under 10 years of age were untouchable in the Winter Castle, So what would people think if they found out that their mistress ignored this law? The antagonist tried to justify herself by stating that exceptions were allowed for educational purposes, and no one had yet noticed how quickly Vison's fingers began to twitch. Trying to overwhelm her adopted daughter with charisma and an aura of intimidation, Isabella admitted that she punished her son for trying to play with one of the competitors, and such behavior may be acceptable elsewhere, but not in the Veratu clan. So it was nothing more than a lesson to remind the boy to always be careful. And Viola pressed her lips together, realizing that she was losing the initiative. Fortunately, the protagonist still had one more trump card. She quietly asked Xenon, who had been standing in the corner all this time, if he had a magical recording device, and the servant confirmed this. The girl ordered her subordinate to make a recording so that she could blackmail the Duchess with it. But then something terrible happened. With incredible speed and force, the woman grabbed the tall, strong, and trained butler by the neck so that he was unable to defend himself. To say that the little girl was taken aback would be a huge understatement. She just stared silently at this action, not fully understanding that it would not be so easy to outplay such a predator. And if only that were all. Isabella moved at such a terrifying speed that the human eye could not keep up, and the woman herself, holding the victim by the throat, demanded that the recording be stopped. Zeno couldn't help but realize that he was on the verge of death, but his spirit couldn't be broken by such a simple trick either. Smiling carelessly, he declared that he only accepted the orders of the little mistress, angering the red-haired fury immensely. Seeing that her loyal henchman was not going to retreat, and the Duchess herself was gradually beginning to lose control of herself, the newcomer decided to also go on the attack. With a satisfied smile, she said that such behavior only once again confirmed the woman's wrongness. The man nonchalantly asked whether he should start filming the incriminating evidence, after which he noted in an even calmer voice that he seemed to be bleeding. Isabella had dug her nails into his neck, like an enraged cat tearing the skin with her nails. Without hesitation, Viola replied that no, she could not afford to lose a good servant, and Zeno sincerely thanked the little girl for her care, which greatly surprised Matriarch Verata. The terrible tension continued for some time. It seemed that both sides of the conflict were locked in an endless confrontation, but in the end, the red-haired schemer let go of the butler. Wiping away the blood with a handkerchief, the boy quietly noted that he had just almost died, and the noblewoman tried to put a good face on a bad game. She noted that her daughter was very impudent, and that dinner would not be boring. But the protagonist was not going to let her save face after such atrocities. Making an even more impudent and wide grin, the girl thanked Mama for having already accepted her. But how so? Vichian already knows that his adoptive mother, the most noble, beautiful, and infallible person in the whole wide world, broke the rule. After all, he had long since woken up from the poison and heard everything perfectly well. The time traveler asked her brother if she was speaking correctly, but the unfortunate child could not find the strength to speak. He was so crushed by the unpleasant revelation about the true nature of his stepmother. From that moment on, Isabella no longer tried to interfere with the main character. She just silently, with an expressionless face, watched as the girl looked after the wounds of her adopted relative for the second time. The Duchess had such a good control over herself that it was impossible to tell from the outside what she was thinking. But the woman's eyes no longer showed the same haughty contempt. Then she turned to Zeno and said briefly, "Funny," as if she hadn't just tried to rip the man's throat out, and the butler himself continued to act without any constraint. The aristocrat noted that the young man apparently decided to serve the youngest of the duke's heirs, implying sincere devotion. But the servant pretended not to understand the context and was simply doing his duty. Isabella didn't answer. She just frowned and looked at the guy with a very attentive gaze, realizing that in the future, this servant could be an extremely dangerous opponent. Without saying anything goodbye, Heron's wife slowly, with truly royal dignity, left the room. And the protagonist, meanwhile, continued to treat the wounds of the silent Viscount. Although the girl was under Zeno's close supervision, she still failed to contain a particle of true emotion. This time, the crazy aristocrat crossed all boundaries, leaving no living place on her son's body. Such relationships may have been considered normal in the society of Veratu, sociopaths, and psychopaths. But from the point of view of the main character, initially an ordinary Earth girl, it was madness, violence, and addiction. Just like last time, the young blonde fidgeted and complained that the ointment was stinging his wounds. But Viola was in no mood to play the good doctor and simply ordered him not to pretend. And look, Viken endures the rods with ease, without changing his facial expression, and from the slight burning sensation of the medicine, he immediately pretends to burst into tears. What good is that anyway? However, this time even the boy himself was not going to twist his adopted sister around his finger. He could not forget that his mother had acted unfairly, and in the end, the prince decided something. The duke's youngest son quietly admitted that he was probably destined to finish off Viola, because the blonde wanted that if some person was going to hurt him, it would be better if it was the protagonist. This surprised the main character very much, and she stopped working for a moment to ask why Vikin decided so. But the boy himself did not know what this feeling was. On the other hand, this meant that now the newcomer need not fear threats from other members of the crazy family. Only her older brother would finish her off. The former Earthling didn't know whether to cry bitterly and stroke the blonde boy's crazy head, or laugh holding her stomach. It sounded so absurd, like a very distorted declaration of love. But there was a silver lining. The ointment that Viola used greatly accelerated the healing of wounds, so the unpleasant procedure could be stopped at this point. Having risen, the girl asked the boy to go to bed so that she could lull him to sleep. As it turned out, Viken, among other difficulties, was unable to fall asleep. The kid asked how the time traveler found out about this, and she lied with a straight face, saying that she read it in family documents. But in fact, of course, from a novel in her old world. The youngest son of Duke Veratu was very surprised. He thought that this was a well-guarded secret, but Zeno ruthlessly confirmed that all the servants actually knew about this problem. After this, the young killer asked with lively interest how Viola was going to lull him to sleep, and it was clear from his eyes that the boy was not thinking about cradles at all. And so it was. He began to enthusiastically assume that the protagonist would give him a sleeping pill or immobilize the body with another poison, but the heroine was not going to use any of this. It was not without difficulty that she managed to force Viken to simply lie down on the bed. Although she was physically younger, she felt very good about being the mother of a mischievous fidget. Luckily for her, the young blonde did listen. He no longer tried to interrupt or move, but lay quietly and watched and listened very attentively. Looking at the girl's hands, the young man suddenly thought that they were very small, with thin wrists, small palms, and weightless fingers. There was only a year difference between them, but the protagonist looked much more fragile, and the thought that someone else would want to kill her, deceived by her appearance, made Vishen quietly boil unpleasantly, surprising the heroine. Observing these mood changes, the newcomer realized that the boy really wouldn't fall asleep just like that. Some other, more effective means was needed. Luckily, one such method was described in the novel, so Viola decided to resort to it so as not to make her supposed ally suffer from insomnia. Having brushed his bangs out of his eyes, the girl with a bloodthirsty look ordered the surprised blonde not to relax. This would only increase her desire to finish him off. A normal person would have been very surprised by such behavior, but Vishen was from Veratu, where there were no such people. His eyelids grew heavy, and the young aristocrat noted that he really wanted to take a nap. Continuing to grin maniacally, the protagonist warned her brother that if he fell asleep, he would die. And for a moment, the prince saw his stepmother warning him of the same thing. Then the main character added that if the young aristocrat fell asleep, the enemy would come and certainly kill him. And this threat, oddly enough, worked even better. The poor child could no longer properly control his body. His tongue was slurred, his eyelids were inexorably pulled down, and his limbs became unnaturally light. The hopeless struggle with his own brain lasted only a few seconds, after which Vishen, the fifth offspring of Geron Veratu, began to snore sweetly like a baby. Looking at him with caution and doubt, the protagonist eventually confirmed that the boy had indeed fallen asleep, and then, as a storyteller, began to explain to the audience what was happening. As it turned out, Isabella also tormented her son with insomnia. She always forbade him to sleep, claiming that at that very second someone would wring the boy's neck, which is why the blonde endured until the very end, until he fainted. The unfortunate prince spent his entire short life in such a nightmare. Having made sure that he would no longer be able to fall asleep normally, the villainess no longer came to him at night, forcing him to suffer even more from fear and exhaustion. Thus, Vishen developed a very serious and dangerous form of insomnia, which none of his parents even thought to treat, and the protagonist could not help but feel sorry for the boy, who was destined to be born into a family of freaks. One could sympathize with him for a long time, but unfortunately, it was useless. So at some point, the main character tried to get out of bed, very quietly and gently, so as not to disturb her brother. But the youngest heir of Viratu still woke up. Like a cat constantly keeping his ears open, he felt the departure of his beloved sister and took her hand with a desperate request not to leave. The boy had not fully regained consciousness. His eyes remained tightly closed, but tears were flowing from under them, and he whispered in a pleading tone, "Stay next to me." Here and now, Vishen was completely alone, which made him feel extremely vulnerable. But Viola was very scared for a moment and thought that the blonde was talking in his sleep. Be that as it may, the heart of the traveler was not made of stone to ignore the crying and frightened baby. She gently brushed away the tears and asked the blonde not to cry. For a moment, a calm and blissful atmosphere reigned in the room. The clock ticked quietly, the furniture creaked, and the wind howled silently outside the window, just like in an ordinary house. After some time, Vishen Viratu fell fast asleep, squeezing the small palm of the only person who had truly warm feelings for him, and not just tried to use him as a living weapon. Then the focus of the story suddenly changed. Now the readers were shown how some man with great difficulty regained consciousness and opened his stone-heavy eyelids. Even when the unknown character managed to open his eyes, the view was as if turned by a fog, as often happens after too long or too short a sleep, and then someone's voice pierced the brain that had not yet recovered from slumber. This sleepyhead turned out to be the protagonist. Viola still managed to quietly leave Vishen's room when she was sure that he had fallen asleep, and she herself hurried to bed to rest from the stressful day. Zeno woke her up, and very early in the morning at that, and in another situation, the butler, of course, would not have allowed himself such impudence, but it was very important for him to ask the lady a few questions about tomorrow's report. First of all, the man decided to note that in his opinion, the main character played her role amazingly, and all the girl's drowsiness disappeared. As if by magic, she was clearly scared that the henchman had finally realized how soft his mistress really was. Zeno confirmed that he had finally seen the true image of the younger Viratu without specifying what he meant, and this only frightened the newcomer even more. The man hadn't done anything bad yet. He simply leaned over the former earthling and looked at her with interest, while the girl wondered in horror whether the young man had realized her fear of Isabella. Because in the books, this butler said that he would first kill the mistress and then himself if the protagonist showed herself to be a mediocrity. Having finished watching the princess, the servant straightened up and with quiet pride admitted that Viola's eyes were full of bloodlust. And for a moment, the main character was taken aback. From Zeno's point of view, his mistress had shown herself to be very good in her confrontation with the all-powerful Duchess Isabella. But on the other hand, why had she behaved so kindly towards Vishen? And not only with him. The cunning lackey knew perfectly well what Heron's adopted daughter was actually doing with Tundra, and he felt dissonance because of this. Truly bloodthirsty people usually do not empathize with anyone even in dangerous situations. On the other hand, when faced with the matriarch of Viratu, Viola, deliberately pretended to feel empathy for someone else, Zeno thought to himself, of course the man could not know that in the body of his mistress there actually lived an ordinary girl from another world. He considered it part of a complex intrigue, and wanted to know which one. The protagonist looked at her servant with disgust and incredible irritation. He woke her up at the crack of dawn, scared the hell out of her, and was still talking some nonsense. In another situation, of course, the main character would have put on a good face when things were going badly in order to further enhance her authority in the eyes of others. But her own vision became clouded again. This was not a consequence of some kind of illness. The newcomer was simply extremely tired and was woken up without being given the opportunity to properly restore her internal resources. so Viola lay back down without answering the question. An awkward moment had arrived. Zeno, perhaps for the first time in his entire career, did not know what to do. So strangely did the young lady behave. However, the young butler had already drawn certain conclusions for himself, so he looked at the heroine with even more lively interest and quietly said, "Well, well." But then he noticed that a tangled strand of hair was getting into the baby's mouth, preventing her from getting a good rest, and he very carefully moved it away so that the protagonist could rest. The false Viola looked very sweet and innocent at that moment, like an ordinary child, and not a cold-blooded schemer. But Zeno said that such things cannot be said. At the same time, he could not resist, and perhaps for the first time in his life, smiled with genuine warmth. Even this cynical and ruthless killer admitted that the former dugout looked very cute when she slept. The servant turned off the light and left the room quietly saying that it was impossible for a person who controlled magical flows to not be able to keep his own dreams under his control. But Zeno didn't even think about the possibility that this could be a real mistake. No looking at the main character for the last time through the not completely closed door, he convinced himself that this was a test. The man had no idea what this test was, or what it could mean, but he swore to himself that he would try to pass such a strange test because he couldn't disappoint the young mistress. After this, the action moves to a completely different part of the winter castle. The audience is shown how coals lazily burn in a large fireplace warming the room. Also present was Carlton, the supreme butler, who answered only to Heron Virat himself. He was now calmly waiting for something holding a set of fresh linen in his hands. The second man took the clothes and slowly put them on. But before that, the readers are shown that this man has a very muscular and developed body. Naturally, it turned out to be the Duke himself, who had finished taking his bath. And despite the fact that he should have been around 40, this aristocrat looked quite young. Carlton didn't like something about the gentleman's actions, and he began to straighten his robe, lamenting that if Madame Rael were alive, she would not approve of this. Whoever this woman was, she meant a lot to both men. For example, the butler mentions that the deceased asked him to make sure that everything was fine. As it turned out, from the subsequent explanation, Heron's first wife believed that if he left the bathroom with his stomach exposed, it would lead to indigestion, so she always insisted that her husband tie his robe. The head of Viratu said the name Rael, with a dreamy, almost absent look. At that moment, he did not look like a ruthless lord, but rather like a lovesick teenager. In his thoughts, the brunette admits that this girl with blonde hair and pink eyes was the only person in the whole world whom he loved sincerely with all his heart. Heron remembered how she once again fussed over the fact that her husband came out of the bathroom with his abs open, ignoring the arguments that magic protected the owner from illness. It wasn't due to stupidity. Rel simply loved her partner so much that she could never let go of her concerns about his health, and tried to make sure that the man was not in any danger, even in theory. And the Duke, who had grown up in an environment of ruthless competition and endless violence, truly valued such gestures of selfless love, which he periodically demonstrated, for example, by tenderly clasping his wife's fragile hands in his palms. That time when she was straightening his robe again, Heron gently hugged the girl around the waist, looked straight into her eyes, and sincerely said that taking care of his well-being was her destiny. Someone else might have been offended, but the wife understood the true subtext of this phrase perfectly well, not to mention the fact that she was terminally ill and knew it herself. In fairy tales, the sick lover usually finds a way to heal, or some miracle intervenes, allowing people to live happily ever after. But not in this case, and Rel withered like a delicate flower in a harsh winter. The aristocrat still missed her, and despite the years that had passed, continued to leave the bath with his torso bare, subconsciously hoping that his wife, alive and well, would come to him and fix everything. Perhaps Carlton guessed what a storm was raging in the master's soul, but tactfully did not comment on it. Instead, the butler wanted to announce the current schedule of the day. The first item on the agenda was Zeno. According to the gray-haired man, his young colleague had arrived with important news half an hour ago and was currently waiting outside. A little more time passed, which was enough for Heron to completely tidy himself up, put on the official ducal clothes, and wait for a cup of tea. With this set, the brunette listened to the news that his current wife Isabella, for some reason, was wary of her adopted daughter Viola. The purple-haired servant ventured to clarify that he had not mentioned being wary, but the brunette calmly explained that the Duchess told her husband everything that happened in their house. And since she hadn't said anything about the youngest princess that could have been an alarm bell, Carlton suggests that the red-haired aristocrat simply did not consider her adopted daughter Verata to be important enough to waste time and words on. But Heron believes that this is not the case, citing Zeno's story. The Lord of the Winter Castle and the patriarch of a family of manipulators, psychopaths, and murderers studied his second wife very well and understood perfectly well that if Isabella did not stutter about the protagonist, it meant that he saw danger in her. But for such a predator to be afraid of a 7-year-old girl? The Duke grinned, and it was difficult to say what he was feeling most at the moment. Joy, pride for the new child, or both feelings at once. But such a sharp change in mood was quickly noted by the senior servant. After Rael died, Heron tried to cope with his grief through workaholism. He began to very rarely experience or show any emotion, instead focusing entirely on his work. Carlton hadn't seen his master so happy and alive in a long time, so he actually welcomed the change. Finally, since the death of his first wife, his master was taking care of someone else. Meanwhile, the brunette, thoughtfully propping his chin up with his fingers, was pondering the information. Viola, despite her very young age, was already very good at being hypocritical and manipulating those around her, forcing them to fulfill her wishes. Zenon confirmed that the owner of the Winter Castle would not regret meeting his youngest daughter in person, and although the guy restrained himself, it was clear that he was sincerely proud and happy for his ward. Heron himself noticed this, so he asked the young servant directly if he was really so confident in his mistress's abilities that he was asking for such a thing. And then the junior butler said that the protagonist gave him a test. The aristocrat was genuinely surprised by this, although he did not show it. In the house of Veratu, despite their seemingly modest position, it was the servants who constantly tested their masters because their own well-being depended on it. Therefore, the information that the little princess, having lived in this palace for a few days, had already begun testing the henchmen was perceived by the Duke with no more pride than the awareness of Isabella's fears. With a satisfied grin, repeating that Viola was checking on Zeno Heron, asked Carlton when the welcoming dinner was to take place, and the assistant reminded him that it would be in 3 days. Then the brunette asked if he could find some time, and the butler confirmed that he could. Although Patriarch Veratu, like many high-ranking nobles, was terribly busy, there were a couple of hours that could be spent on personal matters. It was a very convenient coincidence that there was a free gap in the schedule for the following day, so the nobleman promised that he would meet with the main character tomorrow. Naturally, the young servant had his own interest in this matter. Among other things, he hoped that the long-awaited meeting with the adoptive parent would greatly increase the mistress's opinion of him. And then Zeno allowed himself to do something that perhaps no servant of the Northern Lords had ever done in all of history. He politely but firmly announced that he wished to say something else, not for the report, and not from the position of a butler, but on his own behalf as an individual. Heron was truly taken aback by this, and Carlton, although he had controlled himself better and allowed his younger colleague to speak, was also surprised by such an uncharacteristic behavior. There was a noticeable tension, as if the young man was about to utter a divine revelation, and the servant himself, taking advantage of the effect, deliberately chose his words slowly. Finally, having pulled himself together, he placed his hand on his chest in a respectful gesture and said, looking his superiors in the eye, that he found Viola Verate very nice. A very awkward silence reigned. The Duke and the head butler said nothing, but looked at Zeno with very puzzled looks, demanding an explanation. Averting his eyes slightly, the young servant admitted that the term cute was not very suitable for a representative of a clan famous for its brutal practices and cold logic. But nevertheless, the protagonist was a true relative of Heron in spirit. The older men were not impressed by this speech. The brunette just shook his head in irritation, calling this assessment useless, and Carlton mentally expressed himself about useless moral principles. Nevertheless, the purple-haired servant achieved his main goal. Patriarch Veratu vowed to meet his adopted daughter tomorrow and thought to himself that cuteness was a useless quality for his family. But despite this, the Duke did understand Zeno and his decision to mention Viola's prettiness separately outside of the report. But he would never show it openly. A day passed, and the audience was again shown the everyday life of the main character. She stood with disheveled hair and a very irritated look, declaring that she did not like anything. As it turned out, it was about clothes. The butler was showing her two very pretty dresses, convincing her to wear one of them, because they were very popular among noble girls her age. The protagonist was actually very nervous. She was frightened by Zeno's unexpected behavior, and it seemed to her that the killer in the black tailcoat was again conducting some kind of lice test. The time traveler thought with cosmic despair that if Viola had been a kind and gentle girl from the very beginning, who could openly be kind to others, everyone would have loved her. Such a fate would be many times more attractive than this existence full of intrigue and stress. And carried away by her thoughts, the heroine did not immediately realize that the butler was scribbling something in a notebook. As it turned out about the fact that the mistress does not like dresses, Zeno, being strangely focused, admitted that it was his fault for not being able to find clothes that the protagonist would like. But the former Earthling had a different opinion on this matter. Fortunately, after this, the servant showed another model. It turned out to be a very beautiful dress in white and blue, and even the traveler could not resist such a work of art. In this outfit, she eventually went out into the big city, perhaps for the first time since she fell asleep in the university library and found herself in an alien world. And this continued to frighten her. Zeno insisted on going with his mistress and accompanying her, which was very much like the fulfillment of some plan. But then the girl's attention was drawn to something else. And this something was so magnificent that the former Earthling immediately forgot about all her fears and concerns. It was a cafe called Azulizia, a place that served a dish known as egg tarts, and the protagonist almost drooled at the sight of the beautiful, expensive premises. Previously, she was afraid that the servant had decided to arrange some kind of date behind her back. But now Viola, looking with thirst at the delicious dishes, admitted that it was impossible to refuse such a meeting. The main character took one of these dishes in her hands with such reverence as if it were the sacred grail. She remembered how she wanted to try it while reading the book, and now this dream is close to coming true. Very slowly, wanting to prolong the pleasure a little longer, the girl opened her mouth, and then just as slowly brought the cupcake to it, preparing to feel euphoria. Imagination often plays a cruel joke on people over-embellishing reality, but this time everything turned out differently. The egg tart was really so wonderful that Viola felt like she was ascending to heaven. Its taste exactly matched the book descriptions, and the traveler finally admitted that she was happy to have ended up in Viola Veratu's body. If she had been reborn as a poor girl, she definitely would not have tried something like that. Carried away by the pleasure of the taste of the sweet dish, the protagonist did not immediately realize that something was wrong in the cafe, and when she did, she immediately became tense because of the dead silence. All the people in the area froze in reverent poses, as if some supernatural sculptor had kidnapped the real visitors and owners of the establishment, replacing them with perfect marble copies. A second later, the sound of a man's heel hitting the wooden floor was heard in the silence. Someone was slowly approaching Viola's table, maintaining a royal unhurriedness. When the time traveler saw this man, she froze in shock, with her mouth open, clutching the unfinished dessert in her hand. Even the fall of the sky to the earth would not have caused such a reaction in Eris. Geron Veratu, as he had promised, Zeno came to meet his adopted daughter. For now, the all-powerful Northern Duke was looking at the girl with lazy and detached interest, like an unusual little animal. A moment of very tense silence followed. The protagonist, sweating profusely, understood in her mind that she was obliged to stand up and greet her adopted parent and the head of the house. But at the same time, I was desperate to finish my dessert, as if some invisible glutton could immediately teleport nearby and devour him as soon as I let go of the delicacy. Very quickly, the main character began to think only about the local food again. She completely didn't care about herons standing in front of her. She just wanted to eat until her stomach burst. The traveler remembered with longing her first earthly life, how she had to look for a long time at the elite sweets on the shelves of stores, not having the means to buy them. For some people, a loving, beautiful wife and a harem of mistresses are necessary for true happiness. Others cannot live without wealth and fame. And for a girl, the opportunity to stuff her mouth with the most delicious treats in the world would be enough. That's why Viola didn't get up to greet the formidable Duke. She continued to sit gobbling up her portion, while Heron looked at her coldly. The visitors, who did not even dare to blink in the presence of Patriarch Veratu, almost lost consciousness from shock. They could not even imagine that someone would have the audacity to do such a thing. But the girl didn't give a damn about them, or about her father, or about the whole world for that matter. As long as there was at least a crumb on the plate, nothing was more important in her eyes. She was incredibly happy. She understood in her mind that Heron, being a heartless murderer and despot, could easily cut out her tongue for such disrespect. But gluttony won out over logical arguments. People began to whisper quietly, but loudly enough, to be heard about this strange lady who was behaving like this with the Duke. And it finally dawned on Viola how much she was in trouble. She smiled very broadly and tensely, thinking that it wasn't a matter of not knowing etiquette. It was just that her body didn't obey her this time, as if trying to convey this to the brunette and avoid punishment. The protagonist also furtively cast a very angry glance at the carefree, smiling Zenon. Of course, she had to guess that such an invitation to a date was not made just like that. The cafe's visitors and staff, meanwhile, continued to quietly discuss such a marvel, but they immediately fell silent as soon as Heron Virat made a barely noticeable gesture with his hand. The main character's shock had passed, and she decided to act as before, as brazenly as possible, since she knew very well how her favorite character thought and acted. The high-born man, without saying a word, slowly, with royal dignity, sat down on a chair right opposite his adopted daughter. The traveler stared at him as if spellbound. From her point of view, the Duke was incredibly handsome, easily outdoing various TV or stage stars in this regard. Seeing the man with her own eyes, rather than just reading a description, the former dugout truly understood the author and readers of the local book called 101 Ways to Win the Heart of Heron Virata, but instead said a calm "hello" out loud. Instead of answering, the aristocrat asked why the girl was staring at him like that, but Viola retorted, "Had looking at your father really become considered tactless?" Although she tensed up inwardly, realizing that her interlocutor was very attentive. Oddly enough, the Duke confirmed that yes, such actions were indecent, and the main character even became genuinely interested in why he thought so. The brunette simply replies that he is already her father, after which he makes a short gesture with his finger. And Carlton, who was accompanying the gentleman, calmly opens the folder of documents. As it turned out, until this day, the protagonist's status as a member of the Veratu family was purely unofficial, but now the head of the clan decided to formalize it according to all the rules, approving the baby as his full-fledged daughter. For a moment, Viola felt a warmth spreading in her chest, but then she remembered that Heron couldn't stand obedient children, which meant that she had to show character. So she asked with an exaggeratedly indifferent look if she needed to say thank you for this. The man notes that in this situation, something like this would be quite appropriate. And when the newcomer directly asks why he falls silent for a while and continues to look at his charge, eventually the aristocrat notes that the girl asks this question too often, and when she reminds him that it only happened twice, Viratu retorts that this is already too much. A person who knew the ruler of the northern lands less well would have already rushed to beg for forgiveness in horror, but the former earthling only vaguely said, "Really?" and then reached for something. It turned out to be another portion of dessert. The purple-haired girl slowly extended it to her mouth and began to eat, savoring every piece as if nothing else mattered to her. Geron frowned slightly, and perhaps for the first time in his life felt out of place. Too often those around him trembled and expressed respect before him. As it turned out, Viola didn't really intend to shock her father with her impudence any more than necessary. Her hand actually reached for the food on its own, so the protagonist didn't immediately realize what an absurd situation she found herself in. Wanting to at least make amends a little, she handed one cupcake to her interlocutor. And then the Duke, as if not fully believing it, asked again whether he was really being treated now. The traveler confirmed that this was indeed the case, and also clarified that the treat was being served in a special order, so that it would be clear how important this event was. The brunette noted that it looked as if the heroine was very sorry to part with even a piece, and the little girl admitted that this was true, after which Heron asked why his ward was doing this then. The woman in the child's body explained that the reason was that the main Viratu was her father, and added nothing more, as if that in itself laid everything out on the shelves. The man began to move his hands, and the protagonist became very nervous because she did not know what this gesture could mean. Some kind of terrible punishment? Luckily for her, her adoptive father wasn't even going to raise his hand to her. Viola just had crumbs stuck to her face because she ate so greedily and sloppily, so Heron removed them. After that, the brunette, with an indifferent expression on his face, wiped his hands with napkins and ordered Zeno, who was standing obediently at a distance, to take care of the education of the main character. Viratus should not eat in such a way that food remains on the face. After this, the Duke decided to ask the girl another question. In the Winter Castle, everyone shows him their respect by immediately bowing their head and placing their right hand on their chest. On the other hand, the protagonist did not do this, and the man was genuinely interested in knowing the reason. And for a moment, the traveler was embarrassed. She was so carried away by food that she did not think about this. Naturally, Viola could not reveal the real reason, so she decided to simply continue the performance. With an emphatically calm look, she said that she would do this if her father so wished. But at the same time, it seemed to her that Heron did not really want the new member of the family to also bow his head servilely, and this conclusion made the nobleman slightly open his mouth in surprise. Having gotten over the shock, the elder Viratu asked if this was really how things looked in Viola's eyes, and she calmly confirmed that it was as if it were something obvious and trivial. Looking into the dark, stormy sky eyes of the adult, the little protagonist promised that she would never do anything he did not want. And these words changed something in the atmosphere. The lord of the Winter Castle and the northern lands of the Empire, one of the coldest and harshest men imaginable, remembered hearing similar words once before. They belonged to Rael, his first and long-deceased, but still dearly beloved wife. No matter how hard the man tried, he still could not come to terms with her loss. The aristocrat asked out loud if this was a pretense, and then mentioned Zeno's report that the main character, despite her young age, was good at manipulating people. Heron was not offended. On the contrary, he praised his adopted daughter, saying that she had chosen the most correct strategy for survival in high society, especially since she was not purebred. But this time, Viola made a mistake with her choice of mask. She had to behave like a true Viratu, and these words definitely gave the man a hellish chill. Putting the cup aside, the protagonist admitted that she had not lied. When at their first meeting, she had asked the Duke to become a real parent to her, and not just for show. On this basis, she placed her hand on her chest and demanded that Heron treat her with care, and something immediately changed in the atmosphere, as if by the will of an invisible sorcerer. Carlton, enraged by such impudence, was about to demand that the princess watch her language, but the brunette raised his hand, calling on his assistant to remain silent. After this, the dark-haired nobleman calmly stood up from his chair and began to leave. But before that, he turned to the main character and said goodbye to her, warning that the next meeting would take place at dinner. The girl decided to respond with proportionate courtesy, finally getting up from her seat and making a respectful curtsy. Even in the presence of Patriarch Viratu, one could only be impudent to a reasonable extent. After the adoptive father, without adding anything, left the cafe together with his butler, the time traveler looked after them for some time, as if wondering whether to rush after them. But in the end, she exhaled deeply and hung her head tiredly. The protagonist really wanted to believe that her idea of controlling other people's emotions worked well. It turned out that knowledge gained from earthly life also played a role here. The author of the original novel once wrote in a blog that Heron secretly has a pet, and it is not some kind of monster, but just a small hedgehog. The owner of the Winter Castle very carefully hid the fact that he liked traditionally cute things. The hedgehog lived in a place with the scary name the Coffin of Monsters, which was also protected by 7 magic seals. Since the main character was well aware that she was not even close to being cute, despite her appearance, she decided to resort to a special method of manipulation. Of course, all this would have gone much easier if the writer had decided to make Viola an initially kind and affectionate girl living in a normal family, but she had to work with what she had. While the protagonist was pondering this, continuing to spend time in the cafe, her adoptive parent was riding in a carriage. The Duke folded his arms across his broad chest, not saying a word. Lazily glancing at the landscape outside the window, the brunette thought that Zeno's memorable report received yesterday really turned out to be justified. Like the young butler, the aristocrat believed that the youngest princess was in fact a bloodthirsty psychopath who, thanks to her iron willpower, suppressed her destructive tendencies. It was an unlikely but logical theory, and most of the Veratu clan would have accepted it at face value without hesitation. But not him. The Duke quietly turned to Carlton, who was sitting opposite him, and the butler immediately tensed up, preparing to give an answer to any answer from the gentleman. But as it turned out, the aristocrat wanted to know if all children had such plump, soft cheeks and lips. The man accustomed to violence and blood was genuinely surprised by such a strange question, but he still answered, "Children's skin is usually so tender that they can easily get hurt even by blunt objects." The senior servant decided that Heron was planning to cut Viola's cheeks as punishment for her insolence, and the butler thought to himself that this was too much. Even the most unbearable children were untouchable until they were over 10. The Veratu leader then asked if all babies got dirty when they ate something, and immediately assumed that this was probably the reason why Zeno called his charge a cutie. For the first time on the entire return trip, the brunette perked up a little. He quietly said that it was interesting a little girl trying to deceive him, hiding behind a mask. Carlton thought his master was beginning to act a little strangely, but since he was an experienced servant, he did not speak his thoughts out loud, since he was not asked to do so. After some time, the protagonist returned home, where numerous maids were already waiting for her. Having completed their tasks, the maids left the princess's chambers. Left alone, the main character fell onto the bed with pleasure. It seemed to her that today she had visited both heaven and hell at the same time. On the one hand, she had fulfilled her cherished dream by tasting an incredibly delicious dessert, but on the other hand, she was extremely worried about this unexpected visit from Heron, and she couldn't get the thoughts out of her head about what the butler could say to her father. Speaking of servants, Zenon had been following the young lady everywhere possible since the morning, like a shadow that had taken on material form, and this was beginning to seriously frighten the newcomer. The protagonist understood perfectly well that despite her deep knowledge of the events of the book, her actions had completely changed the storyline, and now she could not always predict how this or that character would act. So she had to be extremely careful not to lose her life. But even demonstrating one's weakness in front of others, even in small things, was already a serious mistake. So before further actions, the main character decided to check something, and for this purpose she needed a servant. Like a well-trained hound ready to pursue its prey to the ends of the earth, Zeno immediately rushed to carry out the order, to bring Tundra before the eyes of his mistress. It wasn't long before a young man with black hair timidly peered into the room, quietly asking if his mistress had called him. This was the protagonist of the original story, a young hunter and orphan, who due to a raid by a gang of robbers simultaneously lost his father's sister and almost lost his own life. In order to maintain the image of a cold, indifferent to those around her schemer, Viola pretended that she was not at all concerned about the arrival of another serf. She sat on a chair and slowly drank tea, but in her thoughts, she was amazed at how much this boy resembled little Kong Jun. Veratu asked Tundra in a cold tone how he was feeling now, and having received the answer that everything was fine, she commented even more distantly, "Good," pushing the cup aside. Turning lazily to the young man, she asked if he realized why he had been summoned, and the hunter calmly reminded her that the young aristocrat was going to make him her watchdog. The little girl praised him for his correct guess and began to get up from the chair, deliberately slowly, so that it would be clear to anyone without words how little she valued this boy's time. However, she eventually added that she needed a loyal henchman, or as Viola herself put it, a well-trained hunting dog with sharp fangs. The protagonist asked the brunette what kind of teeth he had, and when the dumbfounded Tundra asked again what it meant, She explained what kind of weapon the boy had been taught to use. But the young man didn't even have time to get a word in edgewise when the heroine grabbed his hand without any warning. She thought that if she touched the guy just a little, nothing bad would happen. While the shocked Tundra watched what was happening, Viratu continued to feel and twist his palm. So far, nothing bad was happening either. There was a good reason for acting in such a strange way. Before, when the girl touched the young hunter, or even just looked into his eyes, the personality of the real Viola appeared, and it was necessary to find out the threshold of danger. Having finished examining the arm, the newcomer slowly moved on to the teenager's shoulders and back, noting out loud that the muscles in these areas of the body were well developed. Squeezing and then unclenching her fingers tightly on the hero's shoulders, the protagonist noted that at their first meeting on the tundra, he was wearing tattered clothing made of animal skins. Such clothing might have protected him from enemies, but not from the cold. After this, the former dugout began to feel the hand of the young brunette, simultaneously noting that the bad clothes were the reason why she decided to travel through the native lands of the new servant. Having carefully examined everything and recalled that the boy's home was attacked by mountain bandits, the aristocrat makes the only logical conclusion. Security is very poor in those areas, and then asks whether the boy's father was a hunter. This question was asked because the hunters of game and skins must be good with a bow. And to check her guess, Viola began to feel Tundra's palms and fingers again. The characteristic calluses on the index and middle fingers, left from working with the bowstring, served as confirmation of this, but the teenager himself did not think about it. He was very nervous because of the unknown that had overwhelmed his feelings. In the end, the main character couldn't stand it and admitted to himself in his thoughts. He was tormented by the feeling that he had already met Viola at some point, but that was impossible no matter how you look at it. The protagonist, unaware of the heavy thoughts that were oppressing the new servant, decided to finish the test. She was already convinced that just touching without hugs would not bring out the true maniacal personality. The former dugout looked at Tundra again, very carefully, trying not to meet his gaze, and quickly remembered the words of a man named Hickson. In the books, he was the teacher of the young hunter. This man highly valued his protégé's abilities in the field of swordsmanship. Due to the harsh life where food had to be obtained independently, with weapons the young brunette acquired excellent eyesight reflexes and well-developed muscles for his age. Here and now, the girl repeated his words and ended by saying that the young man should take up fencing instead of archery. Ideally, this would make him a first-class fighter. Tundra himself tried to remind him that he had never held a blade in his life, and Viola agreed with this without any problems. After all, no one had ever given him such an opportunity before. In this world, as in many ancient countries of the earth, swords were considered the lot of aristocrats. Such weapons were very expensive. Fencing lessons were even more expensive, and the lessons had to last for many years without interruption. That was why the chances of commoners mastering the blades were extremely low. But the teenager could consider himself lucky in this regard. Now he was not a rabble, but a war dog of Viratu. The time traveler took the protagonist by the hands and slowly removed the enchanted shackles from them, saying that she did not need a dog that did not know what fangs it had. For the sake of his new mistress, Tundra was obliged to become a master of the sword. Knowing how much potential the boy had in this area, the former earthling had no intention of wasting time on mastering another weapon. She already had plans to introduce the servant to a suitable mentor. The young man looked at the purple-haired girl, as if she had suddenly grown angel wings and a holy halo. So amazed were he by her words and actions. The protagonist looked back at him eye to eye. She decided to take a risk and calculate how long eye contact would remain safe, and was ready to close her eyes at any moment. Nothing supernatural happened in 5 seconds, although it would seem that his head should have started spinning. And then Tundra himself suddenly looked away. He turned very pink, unable to bear the monstrous embarrassment any longer, and the main character mentally wonders what this could be connected with. Could it really be the onset of adolescence? The awkward pause lasted only a few moments. After that, the boy very quietly addressed his mistress, and the aristocrat immediately pricked up her ears, preparing to listen to a request or proposal. However, the young hunter fell silent again, before asking for an apology and continuing. It was clear how ashamed and simply uncomfortable he was to speak now. In the end, Tundra overcame himself and asked directly, "Is it even normal for noble ladies to paw a man's body like that?" And Viola almost burst out laughing. Having somehow managed to control her emotions, the protagonist clarified whether the servant had really just mentioned himself as a man, and added to herself that it looked cute, and she herself was in the body of a younger child. But the heroine's consciousness remained adult, and therefore it was very difficult to perceive a 12-year-old boy as a man. When the hunter, blushing even more, confirmed that yes, he was a boy, the noblewoman responded by forcing him to bend down and patting him on the head, reminding him that he was a dog. But the young man showed unexpected stubbornness, declaring that even if he was a dog, it meant that he was a male. And Viola had even more difficulty maintaining her composure. From her point of view, it sounded very strange, and even unpleasant, as if two perverts were playing some kind of creepy game, so the newcomer preferred to simply agree. Unfortunately for her, the teenager had no intention of stopping. Respectfully kneeling down, the brunette swore that he would learn sword fighting in order to become a good man. Then he leaned even lower, almost touching the floor with his face, and finished his oath. Tundra would definitely sharpen his fangs, implying that he would become the best warrior and killer. Looking at Viola's small feet, shod in expensive heels, the boy thought, if he really succeeds in what he promised, will they stroke him? The former dugout's long-standing speech about how she perfectly understood the boy's situation, because she herself was an orphan, had very unpleasant side effects. The young hunter became morbidly obsessed with her. The teenager looked at his mistress's legs for a long time with an unhealthy attraction, but in the end, he couldn't resist and leaned his face towards them, wanting to kiss them or even lick them like a real dog. Viola watched this with such disgust that she couldn't even move. During her short life in the Winter Castle, she had seen many abominations, but this went beyond all bounds. Tundra was lucky. Because of this, the protagonist did not hit him in the nose with her heel, and he managed to kiss her feet, causing the unfortunate girl to burn with shame and disgust. Of course, the former Earthling understood that for the locals, this was relatively normal. Despite the presence of spells and electricity, they continued to exist in the Middle Ages. But for a girl born and raised in the 21st century, it was still disgusting. Since the teenager had not formally done anything wrong, the main character allowed him to quietly leave her sight, and the brunette decided to retire to his room, but there was a quick knock on the door. It turned out to be Zeno, with a tray full of various foods. And as he entered, the young butler said in all seriousness, "Mr. Toy and Dog, I have brought you some food." The boy demanded to be called by his name Tundra, and the servant quickly agreed. Perhaps he was against it, but loyalty to the mistress remained in the first place. The purple-haired man began routinely removing food from the tray and doing other things when his gaze fell upon something extremely strange. It turned out to be an ordinary piece of paper, it would seem, but there was one single word written on it, "Companion," which only made the situation stranger. Rubbing his neck, the hunter explained that his father taught him to believe in dreams because they always come true, especially if you say them out loud or write them down. But Zeno still didn't understand what it was all about. Then Tundra asked his interlocutor if he knew what the pets of aristocrats were called, and the servant either seriously or mockingly answered that he did not. Then the young hunter solemnly announced that such creatures, especially dogs that belong to a special blue blood, are called companion dogs. Zenon controlled his emotions much better than the protagonist, but it was felt that the ongoing absurdity had affected even him. He slowly repeated these two words, and the brunette confirmed that he wanted to become like that. Now this was his greatest dream. Tundra had forgotten all about revenge on the bandits who killed his father. He didn't want to think about his missing sister anymore. Now the boy only cared about whether he could become a worthy dog for Viola. If he shows himself to be worthy, is sufficiently diligent, obedient, and talented, the aristocrat will probably stroke his head and hold his hand. A normal person, especially one from the 21st century like the main character, might say that this is disgusting. But Zenon, on the contrary, appreciated Tundra's perverted fantasies. Having served the family of twisted murderers for many years, the butler had adopted many of their habits himself, so he wholeheartedly welcomed the idea of someone wanting to become his mistress's loyal dog. Viola herself would definitely not be happy about such a turn of events. Right now, she was lying under the blanket, trying in vain to fall asleep, but the poor thing was still shivering with cold from what had happened earlier. Some time passes. Readers are shown how the main characters go outside the winter castle to see a previously unmentioned part of the building. The main character went on this walk not out of idle curiosity. As it turned out, the man she was going to make Tundra's mentor lived very close by. Despite his psychopathy and generally ambiguous reputation, Viratu's abode occasionally hosted guests. Other nobles, major merchants, great wizards, and knights, and other individuals of a caliber that could not be looked upon with leniency. Among the guests was the previously mentioned Hickson. It turned out that he was not just a random fencing instructor or a wandering warrior, but Heron's brother in arms. The ruler of the northern territories of the empire was not just an administrator and schemer. He had to go out onto the battlefield, where he fought side by side with one of the few people who could be called close. Hickson was then known in many places as a hero, but those glorious years are long gone. Now people whisper that he is an ordinary, never-so-sleeping fool. Viola lies to Zeno as if she learned about this swordsman from previously obtained documents, and the butler once again praises his ward for how far she foresees everything. However, the young man continued to be troubled by the question of why the lot fell on this particular man, and the protagonist, in a characteristic manner, explains that her dog cannot be kept in check until he becomes a faithful hound. Yes, the competitors weren't going to pay attention to Tundra, who was trained by an old drunkard, but the reason was not to divert attention. It was simply Hickson who managed to reveal the incredible potential of the boy. The main character's loyal assistant confirmed that this knight really had considerable talent, but he was worried about how the youngest princess found out about it. Without batting an eyelid, she lied that she had seen the warrior before, when she was still living in poverty, and Zeno mentally assumes that it happened several years ago when the old warrior was looking for his daughter. On the other hand, the girl must have been a tiny thing, then no more than 3 or 4 years old, but somehow she managed to remember the stranger and his ability to handle a blade. The butler again decides that his masters are a natural and an incredible talent who can possibly do everything in the world and beams with happiness, to the great discomfort of the protagonist. In the book, fate brought Hickson and Tundra together by chance, but the newcomer was not going to miss the opportunity to speed things up a little and benefit from it. But it wasn't just about training. The girl wanted to get another ally on her side, especially one as powerful as this experienced knight. Meanwhile, the sky turned orange. Sunset had arrived, signaling the imminent onset of night. But one man was in no hurry to finish work or relax in pleasant company, but simply sat on a bench, staring at the sky. He was a broad-shouldered man with long, tangled hair that had not been touched by the teeth of a comb for a long time, and memories of a happy family life were racing through his head. About how his child rejoiced when he saw the sunrise or sunset for the first time in his life, how his wife offered to cook something for dinner. Simple, but such a desired human happiness. There was a bottle next to the unknown man, but he hadn't touched it yet. But he immediately noticed how several maids were gossiping and whispering about him. That man was Hickson. Although he was not really old yet, the swordsman looked noticeably worse than his old comrade Heron. There were dark bags under his eyes from lack of sleep, and his chin was covered with a stiff boar's stubble. The hero, who had sunk to the bottom, was very angry at the idle comments of the maids, and he furiously shouted at them to get away. Otherwise, you would think that drunks are not seen every day. And the girls hurried away. Perhaps this time the knight would have drunk himself to the point of squealing like a pig again, in the hope of escaping for at least one night from the memories and feelings that tormented him. But fate had other plans. Hickson was momentarily taken aback when someone's voice familiarly called him "Uncle," and brazenly asked if such behavior would help bring back his daughter. The alcoholic turned around furiously, and of course saw Viola Verata accompanied by Zeno, looking at the war hero without any fear or ridicule. To say that the aforementioned words enraged the man would be a considerable understatement. Grabbing the bottle, the drunkard called the protagonist a crazy girl, and like the maids before, ordered her to get out immediately. But this had absolutely no effect. The main character calmly and mercilessly reminded him that his child was already dead, and this caused Hickson to completely lose his mind. Like an enraged bull, he roared at the top of his lungs and swung the hand that held the bottle of alcohol. It seemed that in another second, Viola's purple-haired head would turn into a bloody mess. However, the newcomer did not move from her place. She could not allow herself to lose face in front of such a dangerous witness as Zeno, and the knight himself was not yet so hardened as to kill children. The swordsman held the bottle over his head like a club for a few minutes, then wearily lowered his hands, looked away, and sullenly reminded her that he had told the girl to get lost. It is possible that the former earthling would have acted in a different situation, but she had plans, and they needed to be carried out. And so the princess played her trump card. She asked if the great hero wanted to know the identity of his daughter's killer. Hickson tensed up again like an animal ready to strike. Now he was ready to catch and remember every word, and the protagonist, with a satisfied smile, admitted that she had seen everything. The drunk opened his mouth for a moment, trying to say something, but he only managed to squeeze out wheezing and other indistinct sounds. Emotions and years of self-destruction had not been in vain for him. The knight himself understood this perfectly well, so he quickly closed his mouth and stood silently for a while, thinking about what and how to say to this strange girl. When Hickson collected his thoughts, there was no longer the alcoholic haze or the veil of rage in his yellow eyes, only a cold wariness, and so he began with the classic question, "Who are you?" The main character did not miss this striking metamorphosis. She decided that the warrior used magic to quickly return himself to his senses, but out loud, the little girl only repeated that she saw his daughter. To make it more impressive, the traveler revealed that the fatal tragedy occurred in the sewers, which were located on 11th Street in the poor district. The heroine then mercilessly revealed such details as the fact that the dead girl had fiery red hair freckles and cross-shaped earrings. And finally, the most important and painful thing is that Viola lied as if she heard how the unfortunate girl hoped, until the very end, that her father Hickson would come to her aid and protect her. Of course, she had neither seen nor heard anything like it. She had simply reread it many times when she was still an ordinary earthly woman, and Viratu and their retinue were nothing more than lines of text in a book. When the knight was drunk, such words would have enraged him to the point of foaming at the mouth, but not now when the warrior was sober and collected. He only asked where the girl could have seen such a thing, and the heroine lied that she was hiding behind a drainpipe. Finally, the protagonist mentions how Hickson's daughter called her father a hero, and mentioned his nickname Black Whale. And this is enough to make the war hero pause for a moment in shock before asking what it means. Instead, the newcomer closed her eyes with feigned modesty and mentioned that her interlocutor was still friends with her father, the Northern Duke and owner of the Winter Castle. The warrior quickly recalls how some time ago there was a commotion throughout the palace. The servants were whispering about how their master, the great Giron Viratu, decided to adopt a poor girl literally picked up from the street. At that time, he did not attach much importance to such gossip, but the warrior's trained memory retained everything. So now the man remembered Viola's name without any problems. When she confirmed with a satisfied grin that yes, it was the sixth princess in front of him, the swordsman looked at her again, very coldly and appraisingly, as if considering whether to smash her head in after all. But all options quickly disappeared when Hickson remembered that sacred word, uncle, which at first looked like an impudent mockery, but now acquired a much warmer shade, so that the action was transferred to a dark and cluttered room. The great swordsman spent day after day in this room, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, so even after some cleaning, the furnishings did not look the best. But the princess and the butler decided not to focus on this. Viola's henchman, however, gave the older man a kind smile and remarked that receiving an invitation from him was truly a fantasy to Hickson's own bewilderment. The servant explained affably that the once great veteran and hero was known throughout the Winter Castle as a recluse and drunken brawler who quarreled with everyone. And the swordsman, immediately angry, asked if he should quarrel with Zenos. The young servant happily did not tease the hot-tempered alcoholic any further, but noted that the swordsman had not allowed anyone to enter his den for 3 years. And the protagonist asked in surprise whether the doors had not even opened for her parent. The butler explained that Patriarch Viratu himself had allocated a room in the castle to his old friend, but had never visited him there. And the little girl thought with a smug grin that yes, this was quite in the spirit of her favorite character. Luckily, Hickson was no longer the hot-tempered bull the protagonists met watching the sunset. In fact, he even noted with pride that his friend had fathered a most unusual child. Viola, smiling again, confirmed that this was indeed the case. But then, having finished drinking tea, she seriously decided to discuss the merciless murder of the knight's daughter. She revealed to a potential ally that the criminal had not actually acted alone. The blood of an innocent child was on the conscience of at least two people. She reminds the veteran that while he was wandering around the area, losing his common sense from fear for his daughter, some murderer entered the house and finished off Hickson's wife. This was clearly planned by someone. At that time, the unfortunate man was too mad with rage, pain, and grief to think and draw conclusions. But now 3 years had passed, and Viola asked him to think about this theory carefully. The warrior said nothing, but mentally acknowledged the rightness of his self-proclaimed niece. Then he basically couldn't think, and then obviously he didn't want to fearing to disturb the unhealed emotional wounds. But now the swordsman seemed to have seen the light. But at the same time, he understood perfectly well that the main character was telling him this not out of great altruism. The great swordsman wanted to know the price for the information. Viola could have revealed everything at once, but she decided to drag out the performance again. With a very feigned look, she put her finger to her lips and said that she had no idea. Hickson had no desire to support this stupid game. He had not yet fallen into a bestial madness, but he very coldly warned the princess to stop fooling her, and the protagonist grinned triumphantly. Having decided that the potential mentor and ally had already been marinated sufficiently, the time traveler admitted that she had acquired a personal dog. But the warrior at first did not understand that she was not talking about a real four-legged dog. The younger Viratu laughingly clarified that they were talking about a dog that is a man. That is about Tundra, and added that he was already big and biting, so he was in dire need of training, and mentally even imagined how the young hunter, having completed the course, would turn into a magnificent invincible, and most importantly, absolutely loyal fighter. She then repeated, "Train him." But Hickson specified exactly how he should do it. An experienced knight could teach his protege a wide variety of arts and tricks, so the choice was truly vast. The girl noted that nothing special was required for this. The man would simply have to teach the teenager fencing, as if the boy were the offspring of aristocrats, and the drunkard a mentor specially hired for such a task. For a few seconds, the war hero fell silent. He again looked at the purple-haired girl very coldly and intently, as if she had unwittingly insulted the warrior's dignity. But in the end, he gave a very laconic answer to such a proposal. "I don't want to," causing Viola to be genuinely taken aback. The protagonist tried to convince her interlocutor without losing face. She reminded him that as a thank you, she would help Hickson find and punish those who killed his family, but the warrior indifferently replied that he could handle it himself. The main character tried not to show it, but in fact she felt very worried because the situation was starting to get out of control. The reason was that in the novel, the swordsman really did find the villains on his own, but this outcome could not be allowed here. Viola, with difficulty maintaining her composure, asked the reason for such a categorical refusal, and the drunkard, rolling his eyes, answered very simply. He was lazy, but even after that, the aristocrat was not expected trying to persuade the swordsman to at least meet with Tundra. The man replied that he did not want to, making it clear that he no longer wished to make concessions and develop this topic, but the newcomer could not retreat. She had gone too far in her games in Virata, so she did not have the right to lose, which meant that it was time to use manipulation here, which suited Hickson perfectly. From the book, the former dugout remembered very well that the most cherished dream of this brutal warrior was to find a happy family in which he could become a caring father and a wonderful husband. Therefore, it is precisely this weapon that must be used now. Looking at the knight with a barely noticeable smile, the protagonist again spoke about the murder of his daughter. Supposedly, when she saw how the unfortunate girl was dying and desperately calling her parent for help, she believed that the man would really be a real hero. But in the end, the swordsman not only failed to save his own child from unknown murderers, but now, during a personal meeting with him, the main character was convinced that the legends were exaggerated. There was nothing heroic about Hickson, and the alcoholic sullenly asked where such conclusions came from. The cunning noblewoman realized that her interlocutor had begun to swallow the bait, which meant it was time to move on to the second phase. Looking at the man with notes of pleading, the little girl asked whether he really needed to explain such things, since she had come asking for help. Placing her hand on her chest, the newcomer ended her pitiful speech by explaining that everything she was doing was simply aimed at trying to survive. And the swordsman, for the first time showing any interest, asked who was trying to finish her off. Instead of a specific name, the main character said that Hickson knows very well about the rules established in the Winter Castle. Everyone doesn't give a damn about the rules prohibiting anyone from torturing or killing, especially small children. Viola's adoptive mother is a psychopath who beats children with a whip, and the brothers sleep and dream of how to finish off their new sister. And as a final touch, the former dugout decided to mention that she had a cruel father, and the veteran who listened to this speech became increasingly gloomy, became especially sullen. With hidden anger, he repeated the girl's words about her father. For the readers, the time traveler explained that the knight grew up in a very dysfunctional family. His father was a tyrant who could easily beat his wife or child. And this continued until the young man, enraged by pain and injustice, hit his father with a club. But the hatred for domestic abusers remained with him forever. But out loud, the little girl clarified that Jiran Viratu did not raise his hand to her and did not even shout, but the situation was still very bad. The Duke was absolutely not interested in the youngest child and did not care what an unhealthy situation was going on in the castle. What else could you call it if not another form of cruelty? Thus, if the swordsman is smart enough, he should have already figured out for himself why the protagonist came to his chambers. He just pretends that he doesn't know anything, but the warrior once again chose to remain silent. Realizing that Hickson was hesitating and needed a little more push, the main character trustingly extended her hand, and in an almost pleading tone, asked him to be there for her to be that adult she could rely on. Such a trick would never have worked on a sociopath like Duchess Isabella or Butler Zeno, but the newcomer understood perfectly well that a normal person is usually unable to ignore a child's request for help, and she ruthlessly took advantage of this. To finish off the veteran, the little girl pitifully asked him to take her hand, and the swordsman himself, looking at this thought with slight surprise and sadness that Viola Viratu's hands were too weak and thin even for a 7-year-old girl. If she had decided to order him and demand something in an ultimatum form, Hickson would have sent the annoying aristocrat away without hesitation. If she had tried to tempt him with the opportunity to take revenge or some other reward for help, he would have refused too, but the soldier could not resist a child in need, and he shook the protagonist's hand quietly, noting that she was incredible. A little time passed, and the action moved from the dirty, cluttered closet of the retired soldier to the spacious and sterilely clean office of Heron. The Duke himself, as always, continued to work filling out another batch of papers. From the outside, it might seem that the powerful nobleman was not worried about anything except a new batch of documents. But in fact, the brunette, no matter how hard he tried, could not get the recent meeting with his adopted daughter out of his head, especially the moment before parting. It was about the episode when Viola easily declared that she would not do anything that did not please her adoptive father, in such a tone as if the patriarch Giratu was an ordinary person and not a ruthless killer, and the leader of a family of madmen. The protagonist even smiled then, as if not understanding or ignoring the fact that some members of the clan could kill for such a grimace in their direction. Not to mention the crumb-stained lips that seemed to mock the assertion that aristocrats should always look perfect. The man could have gone over this episode in his head for a long time, trying to accurately analyze why it evoked such unusual feelings in the depths of his soul. But in the end, some strange noise attracted Heron's attention. And outside, in fact, there was almost bloodshed. Hickson, having finished his conversation with Viola, was noisily climbing the stairs, not paying attention to anything. And the old butler Carlton drew his sword from its sheath menacingly, warning the drunkard that he had better show manners. Fortunately, the Duke had ordered his servant not to touch this visitor, so the knight entered the office without any problems and loomed menacingly over his old comrade in arms. Since the protagonist's visit, the warrior had managed to shave and remove the bags under his eyes, beginning to look much younger. For the first few seconds, the brunette pretended that he didn't care about his fallen friend. Viratu continued to fill out paperwork with concentration, and only briefly asked what had happened, but he immediately interrupted himself as soon as the swordsman mentioned the heroine. Slowly, as if he couldn't quite believe his ears, the nobleman asked again whether Hickson had really just called his adopted daughter sweet, and the brown-haired man, not at all frightened, confirmed with a chuckle that yes, he found Viola extremely sweet. The Duke closed his eyes tiredly and noted that this did not look like a representative of his family, after which he tried to return to filling out the forms. Thus the man made it clear that visiting hours were over, and he did not intend to talk about trifles anymore. The knight, being an experienced fighter, knew perfectly well that it was no good retreating just because the enemy had managed to block a few blows, and so he continued his attack. The question was, does the friend remember what his old dream was? The fencer recalled that he had once said that he would still laugh at Heron, who because of his bad character would not find a wife and would not have loving children remaining lonely and unhappy. But then Hickson's own family died, and he became a worthless drunkard. The aristocrat's expression had not changed yet, continuing to fill out and put away endless sheets of documents, requests, letters, and stings. Viratu asked indifferently, "So what?" trying to hint once again that he did not want to open such a topic. But the warrior wasn't going to stop. He admitted that he knew why Heron really kept him around, and then, casually pointing his finger at Carlton, he mentioned how the butler regularly advised him to throw him out, and that Isabella wanted to poison the pathetic drunkard so that he would not ruin the reputation of their house. Viola's adoptive father, interestingly, didn't even try to justify himself or claim that it wasn't so, since such pathetic actions would clearly be beneath his dignity. Instead, the brunette calmly admitted that the brown-haired man was well aware of his surroundings. At the same time, the aristocrat finished filling out another piece of paper, after which he handed it to the butler, who readily accepted the important document as if there was no unpleasant alcoholic with exorbitant demands looming nearby. Hickson looked at this disregard with narrowed yellow eyes. Perhaps he had been trained from an early age to swing a blade and fight, but at the same time he was not at all a thick-headed bone-breaker, so such a cheap trick did not work against him. The silence dragged on for a while, as if the swordsman was considering what argument to use next, but eventually he spoke up. Despite everything, the head of the Viratu family had allowed the fallen man to live in the outbuilding of the castle. In the end, Heron couldn't stand it any longer. For the first time showing slight signs of irritation, he looked straight at his old friend and replied that he had provided him with housing only so that he could quickly and personally kill him if it became clear that the warrior did not want to come to his senses. If it were anyone else, Hickson might have been offended that his comrade in arms was not showing ordinary human sympathy and was even planning to kill him. But the drunkard very calmly asks how long he was given, and the nobleman replies that it was 5 years. For some reason, this made the knight laugh incredibly. He laughed out loud, began to slap his stomach, unable to cope with his emotions. But in the end, not without difficulty, he answered that he always knew that somehow it would turn out like this. As it turned out, this was a kind of gesture of respect. The brunette, as a true Viratu, could not express it in the usual way, so the swordsman correctly assessed such a promise as a semblance of support. And the Duke even smiled slightly at this, seeing that his friend was returning to normal. Hickson grinned in response, and replied that although he couldn't call it a new meaning to his life, he seemed to have a new dream, and it sounded so amazing that the nobleman looked up from his work again to ask again. In response, the knight asks if the Duke remembers the old rule they swore to follow. No matter what happens, do no harm to children 10 years of age and younger, because they have the right to protection and upbringing in love. The brunette didn't understand what the brown-haired man was getting at, but apparently his sense of foreboding honed over the years suggested that an equally unpleasant topic would follow. And so it turned out. Going to the window and looking at the setting sun again, the warrior decided to talk about Viola Veratu, a little girl born on the street, and who happily managed to become a member of a powerful ducal clan. Hickson, as if deliberately trying to anger the brunette, replies that the protagonist may be Heron's daughter by law, but the warrior intends to make her his child in spirit, because let's face it, a nobleman never needed a son or daughter, only an heir. The lord of the northern lands, and the winter castle, does not answer, and even his face hardly changes. But his black eyebrows are still close to the bridge of his nose, demonstrating that their master has really been touched to the quick. The fencer had known his friend for many years, understood how he thought and acted, so he grinned triumphantly when he realized that the blow had hit the target. And when the brown-haired man asked if Veratu had anything against him, he received an indifferent, "Do as you wish." The war hero was not going to stop there just yet. He recounts to the brunette how the main character came to him begging for help and admitting that she needed an adult reliable person, and the aristocrat, after a pause, replied that this did not look like a member of his family. Then Hickson explains that despite asking for help, the protagonist did not look pathetic and servile. Somehow she managed to maintain true, noble dignity and composure, and at the same time differ from the soulless feudal lords of the north. In the end, the warrior simply chuckles in satisfaction, anticipating what their cooperation will be like, and repeats Zeno's words about Viola being a very unusual girl. And Heron even notes how similar they sound. But the knight ignores this and explains that he simply wants to be a support for the young duchess, so that she has the opportunity to grow up as a normal person and realize that the world is not such a nasty place as it seems from certain angles. The patriarch of the noble family again repeats his indifferent, "Do as you wish," and Hickson squints slyly, carefully watching the reactions of his interlocutor, as if trying to read a small and even encrypted text. The brunette, on the other hand, did not even look at his old comrade in arms. He continued to write with the same calm, but the swordsman understood perfectly well that this was a pretense, a desperate attempt by the unsociable duke to maintain the image of a cold-blooded and impenetrable man. Nevertheless, the brown-haired man got what he wanted, and he had no intention of openly mocking one of the few people who could be called a friend. And so he said goodbye, and left the office with an absolutely casual gait. The protagonist did not look after him. For a moment, it might have seemed that the head of Verat really did not care what was happening to the younger members of the family, and would allow Viola to act as she wanted in order to identify the strongest heir. But then there was a disgusting loud crunch. This was Heron extremely furious at what Hickson had just said, breaking the pen between his fingers, showing for the first time in history a bright and unambiguous display of emotion. And as it turned out a little later, it wasn't even anger, but real hysteria. In the evening, a very surprised and puzzled Carlton discovered 7 ruined feathers on the gentleman's desk. Although no other damage followed, a little more time passed and the story returned to the newcomer again. She mentally described how among the main advantages of her new life in the body of Viola Veratu was the opportunity to eat the most delicious dishes and sleep on a luxurious soft bed. In another situation, this would be enough to make existence happy and carefree. But now the girl in the body of a child was gloomily thinking about the fact that, for some reason, her appetite had disappeared warily, looking at the man sitting next to her. That person was, of course, Heron. He had mentioned in the past that he wanted to hold a special welcome dinner for the little princess, and for that purpose, he had even put on some particularly beautiful, bright clothes that had hints of white, gray, and blue. Otherwise, perhaps the protagonist would have been delighted to sit with her favorite character. But the Duke simply ate, saying nothing, and not even looking at his adopted daughter, which created tension and terrible awkwardness in the room. As it turned out from the main character's thoughts, this was not yet a welcoming dinner. This formal ceremony would take place much later, and for now, the adoptive relatives were simply eating together. But the girl still did not understand why. To emphasize the strangeness of the situation, an explanation is given to the audience. The patriarch Veratu never became close to the younger offspring of the house, so as not to single out among them an obvious heir, which would automatically mean taking a certain side in the family conflict. This explained why the brunette, despite his colossal power and witchcraft abilities, no one tried to help Viola or Vishen, but then Heron still began a conversation, and it again touched on the girl's abilities to manipulate and her recent conversation with Hickson. The protagonist calmly admitted that yes, she had recently met with the retired knight, but she was mentally worried. The aristocrat had already so quickly found out what she had been doing relatively recently. The brunette was not angry and asked questions in the same detached tone, and the former earthling, realizing that lying was useless and dangerous, answered honestly that she tried to convince this drunkard to help her. When the man asked the girl why she was doing this, she put on the mask of a cold-blooded schemer. She said that she simply wanted to use the legendary warrior for her own interests. Fortunately, idealists with dreams are especially easy to manipulate. The traveler was sure that this whole meeting was just another alarm. In the Viratu family, they never asked for help because it automatically meant weakness, and as a result was comparable to a death sentence. So Heron wanted to make sure that the little girl had not lost her grip. The main characters exchanged tense glances for a while, before the man finally chuckled and replied that he thought so. And the protagonist realized with slight horror that he was not acting quite as he had in the novel. There was a few more seconds of silence after that, before the Duke asked if Hickson had agreed to be Viola's assistant, and the girl cautiously confirmed this. The brunette warned the main character not to lend a helping hand to everyone, because one day it might happen that all the helpers would simply disappear. And although the man did not raise his voice, a cold wind seemed to blow in the room, and a supernatural blue light flashed in the eyes of the leader of Viratu. The time traveler had to endure this terrible psychological pressure, since even a weak attempt to hide her eyes automatically meant defeat. But this required serious willpower, and the girl quickly realized that she could not lose her vigilance in the presence of such a terrible person under any circumstances. Having delivered this unambiguous warning, the master of the Winter Castle and the supreme feudal lord of the North returned to his meal again, as if there had just been no atmosphere of cold threat and hidden anger. Apart from the nobles, the only people present in the room were their butlers, both of whom maintained a respectful silence, and even Zeno, contrary to his usual habit, did not display his trademark fox-like grin to those around him. Realizing that the topic was exhausted for now, and that she just needed to have dinner, the protagonist obediently picked up her fork. However, she didn't really like the dish. It was hard to even understand whether the food was going into her mouth or sticking to her nose. Luckily, after that, the kitchen maid served something even better for Viola personally, a special dessert which was ripe persimmon in honey sauce, and just looking at such luxury, the little sweet tooth began to drool. Just by placing a spoonful of food in her mouth and feeling it on her tongue, the main character felt an incredible lift of spirit. She could ignore handsome men, mountains of gold, or even cute kittens, but a first-class sweet delicacy. Never. Unfortunately, this led to a repetition of the awkward situation in the city cafe. The traveler forgot herself so much from the good taste that she did not notice how Heron stared at her intently, as if trying to read her thoughts. The protagonist felt very awkward because of this, but she quickly found the courage to ask the brunette a question, and Viratu graciously allowed her to speak. The girl politely but firmly asked if the adult could not stare so intently while she ate, and this caused incredible shock to all the servants, including the usually imperturbable Zeno. No one had ever shown such insolence before. Viola reminded him that it was simply indecent to look at another person as if they were a picture while they were eating, as if she were the adult explaining obvious things to the child. But the aristocrat was not offended because his thoughts were already elsewhere. The man again remembered his old wife Rael. Once she had asked him not to stare at her so intently because it violated the rules of etiquette, not at all embarrassed that she was asking such a thing of the head of the clan of madmen. Heron then tried to object that he was her husband, but it was clear that the Duke was not really angry at all. Over the years, he had become so disgusted with blind obedience that such acts of disobedience began to arouse interest. The owner of the Winter Castle quickly drove away the uninvited memories and returned to reality. Looking at his adopted daughter, with a little more severity, the brunette mercilessly reminded that everything that the main character has, she received only thanks to him. Everything that the protagonist enjoyed, from power over the servants to a comfortable room. All this is only because the brunette showed a merciful interest, and even the desserts that the girl loves so much are in fact the property of the patriarch Veratu. In this way, Heron tried to convey to the little girl that although he can forgive insolence in small things, he also believes that he has the right to treat people dependent on him as he wants. However, the newcomer tried to parry this, stating that she never asked for adoption. Taking another portion of sweetened persimmon, the former earthling tried to break the Duke's arguments with a reasonable question. Is there any reason to be proud of the fact that he adopted someone purely out of his own desire? After this, the unfortunate nobleman was visited by flashbacks again. Many years ago, he had almost exactly the same conversation with his wife, and Rael, like Viola, was also not impressed, but simply asked in response. The fact that the man was the first to propose marriage gives the right to brag like that? Although 15 years had passed since the girl's death, the brunette continued to love her passionately, and seeing that his adopted daughter was in many ways similar to his beloved Heron, felt a feeling of warmth rapidly spreading in his chest. It seemed that just a little bit more, and the impenetrable cold nobleman would smile. But this never happened. Instead, the man calmly admitted that the protagonist was right, even if it was unpleasant for him to hear such things. With these words, the Duke took some honey persimmon for himself, but was unable to really taste it. Now Viola was looking very closely at her adoptive father, not at all embarrassed by his discomfort. The man scolded the girl for now violating her own words about decency, but the main character calmly retorted that Giron Veratu himself started it. Of course, there were several motives behind this action. Firstly, the former dugout once again demonstrated that she is worthy of being considered a member of the family, because she always returns the blow inflicted earlier. And secondly, she will look at the handsome face of her favorite. The aristocrat himself, as often happened, did not say anything. He simply stared at the main character with an indifferent face, and even an experienced detective would not have been able to guess what the ruler of the North was thinking about. The brunette decided to himself that the protagonist was indeed very cute, but of course he didn't say it out loud. Instead, the nobleman asked if this reciprocal staring was self-defense. Realizing that the Duke is challenging her again, and that she must accept it in order not to lose her position, Viola proudly replies that, yes, it is samoshchita, omitting the letter Z. The man mentally assumes that it is still too difficult for the little girl to pronounce complex words correctly, but he corrects her out loud, saying the correct version. But this was not a mistake. The time traveler simply spoke exactly like this her whole life, omitting the letter Z, and even after arriving in another world, she did not get rid of this habit. So a heated argument about pronunciation eventually broke out at the table. The main character was so angry that Heron, with the stubbornness of a robot, corrected her as if she were an unreasonable child, that for the first time she forgot about disguise and simply screamed her version of this unfortunate word at the top of her lungs. For a while, the Duke silently looked at the girl, trying to catch her breath, and then he smiled sarcastically and said mockingly, "Not only is she ill-mannered, but she also doesn't know how to speak correctly." Then the brunette said that Viola, among other things, was very harmful, and such a gentle commitment surprised the former earthling so much that she even forgot about her anger. But the elder Veratu did not know this, and simply decided that his adopted daughter was a brilliant actress, capable of instantly suppressing any unwanted emotion, excluding the passion for sweet food. It was this potential, the thirst for blood carefully hidden behind various images, that attracted Heron so much, and not at all his cute face. Luckily, the girl didn't know what her adoptive parent was thinking and continued to devour the treats, carefree, getting dirty like a pig. The brunette didn't like this, and he called Zeno over, repeating the order he had once given, to take charge of the princess's upbringing.